Wanna tell you that I love you and much more, but I just can't find the words now. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but every time I open my mouth I'm stopped by my pride, yeah. I'll be typing then deleting, you must think I'm so confused. Baby, if you only knew the truth. Need the moment, need the minute, just as bad as I need you, even though I'm way long overdue. So if you don't have the will to wait, then I don't wanna keep you. I've got so many things to say, need to tell you I need you. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but trust me, even in the silence time will tell, time will tell. Guess I blame it on my past. Used to plan the future way too fast. Why repeat it when it hurts so bad? Why repeat it when it never lasts? I'll be typing then deleting, you must think I'm so confused. Baby, if you only knew the truth. Need the moment, need the minute, just as bad as I need you, even though I'm way long overdue. So if you don't have the will to wait, then I don't wanna keep you. I've got so many things to say, need to tell you I need you. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but trust me, even in the silence time will tell, time will tell. Oh, time will tell. Oh,
자꾸 마주치는 네 시선에 뻔한 농담도 웃게 만들어. 애써 쿨한 척을 해도 나도 모르게 끌리는 네 모든 touch. 천천히 올라타던 fresh 맘보다 다르던 거 알아. 우리 조금 더 솔직해볼까. You gotta call me baby all night. me already. 익숙하게 조심스럽게 부드럽게 아슬아슬하게 닿는 듯하게 굴지 말고 조금 더 솔직해지면 되잖아. Touch, hey, you know you like it,
You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. Am I awake or am I dreaming? So far gone, I won't look back. And when I move, there ain't no stopping me. You're pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me loose. You make me win in every way. Win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah.
737 Spy Flight. I was just checking out the airport here at Stanstead. You know what? This is kind of an interesting airport. They've even got a little train over here on the air side that you can see from the airplanes flying time. Oh my gosh, we ran out of music. I was spending so much time jazzing around here on that and ran out of the beginning song. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming in today. Welcome aboard. We are at Stanstead Airport. Yes, this was the airport that, excuse me, I landed at by mistake when we were going to Luton. Or maybe it was the other way around. I forget. But anyway, it's really close to Luton. Let's see, some really nice resubs. The first one was from Captain Chris, who got married last week. Congratulations. Captain Chris is at Cabo Verde right now on honeymoon. So I hope it is a wonderful honeymoon and you are having a really, really great, memorable trip. Quasar Core's been here for 57 months, did a resub. Ultra Ego. It's been a while. Welcome aboard Ultra Ego. Thank you for a 5-month resub today. Let's see. Ollie is doing some cheers. Blue Idol resub for 21 months. Am I even? No, Martin's doing a lot more cheering. And I think I'm caught up. And Mr. Jazz just came in with a nice resub too. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Welcome in. Mr. Jazz has been here for 30 months. And today we've got the Ryanair 737 MAX sitting here. We are at Stanstead. They do a real-world flight from this very gate. This is gate 50 left, 50 Lima, and that is a real gate for flight over to Dublin and back. And what we're going to try and do is do a Ryanair 30-minute turnaround when we get to Dublin. Now, it could be that we're already sunk on the turnaround because, you know, we're going to have to stop for, you know, Guinness and everything else. But, you know, there we go. Hi, Espresso Kate. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Yep. 3 cheers for Captain Chris. And I really hope it's the beginning of a wonderful new experience and cool things for you. Mountain Man is back with a resub. Mountain Man is been here for 58 months. And Medea is back. The High Priest has been watching for 60 straight stubs. Good to see, 60 straight shows. Thanks for coming in. Hi, Laxon. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by. So let's see. One of the things you probably noticed is, wait a minute, it's supposed to be the 25-minute turnaround is the actual Ryanair guarantee. Apparently, it's 30 minutes for the 737 MAX. So there we go. It's funny where you are is literally the next building where you go to see the planes. And you stay, so there's a hotel nearby where you get to go and do plane watching. Hello, SkyDeck. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. So let's see, there's a hotel, it looks like over here. Is this the place where you go? So this is this airport. This is a good hotel for plane watching. This is a Radisson. It is Radisson's Blue Hotel. So that hotel just kind of came here from out of the blue. SkyDeck, thank you for coming in and saying hello. And this is really a nice scenery. That's the hotel that Zach's talking about. So, interesting thing about this airport. There is famously this ledge. It was a scenery ledge. And the scenery ledge is between the main apron area here and also the taxiways. It's a pretty bad ledge. It's really hard. You can see mine is gone. The fix for that is to go into your library and disable any other scenery. Okay, so if you've got another Stanstead or something, be sure that you go and disable that, and that should help you with the scenery problem. Otherwise, this is a really, really nice airport. Good Nabin Him Young, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Must be really stressful. My guess, my guess is, yeah, it probably is a little on the stressful side to get this done. So you notice that we don't have any jetways over here. There are no jetways or anything like that around here. But one of the things that Ryanair does use is they use air stairs in airplanes. It saves having to have a bunch of other stairs and stuff, and you get the air stairs. You may have to enable them, although I think they're already pre-enabled on the 737 MAX 20. It's the 200, so it's a MAX 8, but it's a 200. We'll start over at ground services, and I'm going to go ahead and put some wheel chocks in place because I noticed that those weren't there, and we're going to also get some ground power. I'm going to guess that they use ground power here. And then the stairs, you find the stairs if you go to the doors page, and let's see, let's disarm our doors and click the air stairs tab at the top, and then come on over here, and you can see that the stairs are going to come out and deploy. And that's what I hear that they use here for Ryanair. So we've got that one popping out just fine. And it's actually a fairly neat little animation fairly neat little animation to get there. You still have to open your own door. So we'll open up the left forward entry door and the forward and aft cargo doors. You don't have to do those things, but you can do them if you'd like. And there's another Ryanair here too. So that's something that's going on there. You walked up the stairs. Zach says the air stairs are kind of fun. They look a tiny bit, they look a little bit on the steep side for some people. I don't think I'd have a problem with that. I walk up 3 flights of stairs, to get to my apartment and stuff. So it's not a problem, but those look like they're a little on the steep side. Let's see. Amit. So there, Ryanair is a low-cost carrier. And if there's a lot of stuff about low-cost carriers out there, there was a time here on the Spy Flight that we used to snicker an awful lot at, Ryanair and their hard landings. Well, really, they don't do that much. And there's a really good story over on the internet, and I just put a link into it. It's from our friend Polyot. And the link that I just put in, I see that it popped into, okay, it's in both Twitch and YouTube. This is a real in-depth deep dive on stuff, all things Ryanair, from a legal perspective, but also an airplane perspective. And, it talks about other low-cost carriers too. How it kind of started with Southwest and everything, and a lot of the popular misconceptions about all of this. So I wanted to pop that in. It is an interesting read. It might be a little bit long for some, but I kind of think it's really interesting. And because I'm an airplane geek, I kind of feel like it's really neat. So I think a lot of the stories are exaggerations. Look, it's still an airplane. You still have to have pilot's license. And to sit up front, you still have to have the same kind of pilot's license that they have for, one of the legacy carriers and stuff. And because they are hyper-focused on cost in a low-cost carrier, they're not interested in slamming it into the ground. They're interested in landing the airplane properly because that keeps maintenance fees down. So there's an awful lot about Ryanair. And again, I think that was a particularly good read. I know I've been through it a few times because sadly I'm one of those people that has to read things a few times before stuff sinks in. So there we go. Zach, they do it hard on purpose. Well, if there's not a lot of runway, and we've learned that ourselves from being simmer pilots and stuff, right? We've learned from being sim pilots that, yeah, if it's a short runway, you got to put it on the ground, and it isn't always, this little feather light landing and stuff. So, let's see. Let's go to Navigraph and get stuff going here in Navigraph. We're going to import the flight. I've also stopped doing an awful lot of the automatic stuff in the airplane. I don't know about the, the standing room only ticket. I'm sure that there's some people that do the cost stuff, the cost focus that says, oh yeah, we could pack them in a little bit more. But really in an airplane environment and in a safety environment, and keep in mind, from a safety standpoint, they're not going to do anything that's going to cause people injury. And, I know that there was an awful lot of people that I used to work with in my past career that could not handle standing for 2 hours or something. So, let alone standing and takeoff and landing and everything else. So, I don't know that that's actually something. I'm sure that there's some people that talked about it, but they wouldn't do that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to turn that off. We're going to turn on parking stands, turn that back on, and let's go get our departure. And our departure today is Nugbo 1 Romeo. So our SID is Nugbo 1 Romeo. Nugbo 1 Romeo, there's the departure. And my guess is we'll have an initial climb clearance of 4,000 feet. I had a look at this earlier in the day, and it was, yep, it's 4,000 feet. And this is going to be one of those cool ones to be able to fly by hand because, we got a little S-turn before we go out. Trick is, if you're going to fly it by hand, make sure that you don't go above 4,000 feet. You really don't want to go above 4,000 feet. Jim just did a nice resub. Hey, Jim, thanks for the resub. I'll turn on the alerts here. I forgot to do that. Jim, thank you for a resub and being here for 46 months. And awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you. All right, let's come on over here, and we've got almost the rest of our charts. Going to Dublin. Okay, so the Dublin chart. I'm going to turn this off first because it automatically selects the airport. I don't really want it to do that. I kind of like to have a top to bottom stack on my charts. Okay, so we're going to be doing the Ablin for Lima is our arrival. Ablin for Lima. And this is going to be, last time I checked, they are arriving on 28 left. So Dublin is 28 left. That looks good. Then we're going to go back to taxi, come back down to the airport page. And we're going to re-enable the airport page and get parking stands east. And the whole point of me stacking up the charts like all of this is when I hit the pin, you see now all of my start charts are in the order that I need them. This is for the arrival, the star, the ILS, the airport, and parking from top to bottom. When we go over here to the departure, it's parking stands, airport, and SID. And so that's a really nice way to just stack up your charts and get those going. Hey, Ontario Bear, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Okay, so let's see. We are doing really pretty good here. Let's see. My airplane. We've got our doors are all open. We've got ground power. It's time to turn power on the airplane. So on switch time. This airplane does have very good sound. And I like to go and get a low pressure a fuel pump, strobe lights, emergency exit lights, continue up here, and we're going to do windshield heater lights, tilt up a little bit, come on up here and do nav and nav. Jim has been on the Dublin via Stanstead a couple of times for work. It's a nice flight. I actually did this flight the other day. Day off, I just kind of did this flight just to check it out. And it was a very pleasant flight. Hi, Chris. Chris is back. Welcome, welcome. Navigation data is good. And our reference airport is EGSS. EGSS. I don't think that it knows gate 50. Nope, not in the database. Snag a GPS position and fill the boxes that way. And we're going to turn up a little bit of panel lighting here. to do this down here on the pedestal too. I've seen a couple more videos on the wind control Airbus upper panel. It still looks like it's going to be kind of exciting, I think. So that looks really nice. All right, let's see. We do have tower up. EGSS tower. Information X-ray. Runway is 22, transition level. Departing, initial contact, data link clearance is available. Cool. So this this airplane does not have CPDLC yet, but we can use easy CPDLC and get a data link clearance that way. Bing. There is the easy CPDLC logon sound, and let's connect. And we get a system message that says our logon was successful and our sim brief is okay. ATC, request clearance, departure clearance. Our recipient is going to be EGSS. Our stand is 50L, not 60L, 50L. Typing is hard. X-ray. And just something nice. Happy Thursday evening, and send it. Okay, it's out. And it's off. It's actually pretty quick here. So let's see. Ryanair departure message request received, and it is being processed. Cool. All right, with that, we do have an APU up. So let's get the bleed on. No, I guess I didn't turn it on yet. I just turned on the fuel pump. APU has to go on. Hey, we got another message. Let's see what happens. CPDLC message. We are cleared to Dublin off of runway 22 left via the Nugbo 1 Romeo departure. Initial climb 4000. Squawk is 0352. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to type it down in the notes. And our next frequency is 123.805. Okay, now let's accept it. And we have accepted it. 3 cheers to Quas and our groovy little CPDLC. All right. Now the APU's coming up. So let's go ahead to route. And I'm going to guess that our route's going to be okay. So you can automatically plug it in. I don't think that the pilots automatically plug it in. I think the real pilots put it in themselves because that's a level of quality control that they like. So it's EIDW, Dublin. We are a Ryanair RYR, flight 441. Up, another message. Our departure message is, our clearance is now confirmed. So now our clearance is confirmed, and that's all good. Flight planning is fun, all about being organized. Actually, yeah, and even when it's like flight simming, flight planning. Again, if you just take a little bit of extra time to do it right the first time, boy, you have a really smooth flight. Okay, so let's come on over here and do next page. Our flight plan, Nugbo, NUGBO, is our first waypoint. NUGBO, Nugbo. After Nugbo, we're going to be on the Mike 183 airway, M183. And we exit that at Silva, S-I-L-V-A, Silva. After Silva, we're on the Papa 86 airway, Papa 86. And Papa 86 takes us to DIDZA, D-I-D-Z-A, D-I-D-Z-A. After DIDZA, we're on the November 14 airway. You get lots more airways in your flight plan in the UK than other places. Well, and in Europe. Certainly more airways than we use in the United States, that's for sure. Hi, Sunjammer. After the November 14, it's OXA, okay. SAW, okay, SAW. After OXA, it's direct BIBPE. BIBPE. BIBP, I guess? I don't know. After BIBP, it's direct to MEDOG. MEDOG. After MEDOG, it's LANON. 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 After LANON, we're on the L18 airway. And that puts us out at ABLIN, ABLIN. And that's it. Flight plan's done. This is a little bit more involved than a lot of the, commuter flight plans that I do. But it's kind of fun to plug those in every now and then as opposed to just automatically zap it in there. Okay, departure and arrival. Well, let's go ahead and load the plane. So let's go to weight and balance. Now this is where I'll automatically go out and get our weight and balance. So we're going to tell it to read from our sim brief OPF. And then we're going to load the airplane. And I'm going to do a fast load 4 minutes. Okay, so we're good to go there. I don't know how we unload this airplane, but we'll just go and give it a try. All right, so we're loading the airplane. Passengers are coming aboard. And now that we've got that, I'll bet we've got an APU, so APU bleed. And packs can go on so that we can make the cabin all nice and comfy for the passengers, because if it's not comfy for the passengers, they get cranky. And execute this. All right, let's do departure and arrival. Departure, we know that they're using runway 22. We knew it's going to be the Nugbo 1 Romeo departure, Nugbo 1 Romeo, and that's good. Now, there is a problem with this airplane. I don't know if it's been fixed yet, but some approaches, if you go and put in your arrival runway and your star, it's missing a whole lot of waypoints. Like we were going into Chicago Midway last week, didn't have hardly any of the star, just blew them off. The fix for this is to put your arrival in backwards. Normally, we put in the runway, the ILS, the RNAV, and the runway, and then we put in the star. It's different this way. So in this case, our arrival is ABLIN for Lima. So ABLIN for Lima, and then we want to go get our runway, which is 28 left. And then our transition, which I happen to know is pizza, because pizza, how am I going to forget that? And then execute that. That is how we get all of our waypoints in, at least for now. And I don't know if that is the way this airplane is, whether we've been doing it wrong all this time, or maybe it is a bug with the airplane, but this is how you fix it. So I'm not sure yet. Danny VDW, welcome. Thanks for coming in, Danny. There is a dyslexic duck out there. I've got alerts on. I didn't hear the duck. I was attempting to do a wisecrack sunjammer. So I guess I have to do it myself. There we go. Anyway, as we come on down here, if you look in your waypoints now, you'll see that everything is in there. And I looked at the flight plan earlier, so the duck got lost. It just got lost. Picasso was burgled once. He did a drawing of the robbers. The police arrested a horse with 2 sardines. I thought there was something fishy about that, caper. Okay, performance in it. We are going to... we actually have a step climb at Silva to flight level 340. So our final climb is 340. Let's see. Cruise winds, 222 at 49. ISA deviation is plus 6 degrees. Cost index is 6. Our reserves are 2.1. Our zero fuel weight should be 58.6. Let's look at our load sheet here, and it is 58.6. Actually, we would probably round it up to 58.7, and there we go. Michael has been watching for 20 consecutive streams. Thanks, Michael, for being here for 20 streams. And Skippy just arrived. Welcome aboard, Skippy. All right, looking good. Okay, passengers should be aboard now, right? Yeah, boarding time. Passengers who are aboard, let's come on over here to the airplane and close some doors. Aft cargo, forward cargo, and let's close that left front door and get those going on. We did get a squawk code. We need to be sure and pop that in. 0352. That looks really good. Our first frequency is 123.805. 123.805. That looks really good. We'll make that one active.
Stanstead Tower, FedEx 1 Heavy, crest push and start, stand 214.
We are initial climb clearance is 4,000 feet.
1, stand 214, push start approved.
We are, the latest status is still information X-ray. Our altimeter is 1015. There we go. That looks really good. Let's go ahead and arm our doors for departure. Yes, Jim, they are. So you click the air stair. You see where I'm on the air stair page, on the doors page. That's where it is if it comes with the airplane. So here comes our stairs going up. I believe that you may need to turn them on in settings. You might need to do that, Jim. Okay, and there goes our stairs up. Passengers are aboard, seatbelts going on. And I'm going to arm doors for departure. Doors are armed, doors are closed, we're clear with that page. And I think the setting for that, Jim, is in My Airplane. It's My Airplane. Built-in air stair, it's on the front page. See where it says built-in air stair? If you don't have the stairs, click it over there and you should have stairs. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome aboard. Okay, let's see. We could do performance and grab the information. You also, by the way, you might not know this, on the performance page, there is a tab at the top. It says real weather, and you can go and get a METAR and a TAF for your airport. It sometimes takes a little bit of time, but it'll go and grab that for you, which is really nice. Okay, it's dry. Our flaps for takeoff are going to be 5. Our AC is going to be on. Our anti-ice is going to be off. My rating is going to be... So Southwest does the rating is always TO, is the rating for takeoff. So I don't know. I'll just leave it at TO, and we'll get our numbers like that. Okay, so flaps are going to be 5, rating TO. So, and our temperature is going to be 53 degrees. Selected temperature 53, TO, and takeoff. We selected flaps 5 for takeoff. Our trim, our center of gravity is 21.9. And our speeds are going to be 133 and 134. 133, 134. And V2 is 146. 146. And we're going to dial this into the autopilot. That looks good. Let's go and get our runway heading. Cracker's back with a nice, Cracker's been here for 110 consecutively live streams. Thanks, Cracker. Welcome aboard. Rich on Wheels. Welcome, welcome. All right. Over here. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, we can do. Charlie West. Roger, Ryanair 580 uniform Echo, stand 4, 3 right, push start cruise on to Charlie West. Right, we'll push on to Charlie West, Ryanair 580 from Echo.
The numbers are a little small, so you have to zoom in quite a bit, and our heading on departure is going to be 222.
Ryanair 820, taxi holding point Sierra 1 from runway 22 via Charlie Sierra.
Flight directors can go on. Yep, got the little autopilot box turned on. Not a very good camera shot, though, is it?
Taxi holding point Sierra 1.
That's a little better.
Hi,
hello. Welcome, welcome. Thanks, Cracker. Welcome in. I'm going to go start squawking a little bit here. All right, GSX has updated itself. So there's lots more GSX updates. So let's pop that in and get GSX going. No, I learned a little something. So when GSX comes in there right now, you notice sometimes the box is a little bit big and it's kind of hard to, you know, sometimes it's too big for your sim window. You can control the sides of the box. If you grab the side of the window and squeeze it down like that, it can make it a lot smaller or a lot bigger. And so you can move it around a little bit easier if you would like. I thought it was way too much, but it's much better. Let's see. El Collect, did I even come close to saying that right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Green's taxiing. See you in Dublin. Hey, dogs. Good to see you. Happy Thursday.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for
Welcome to you. All right, everything's looking good to go up here. I'm going to flip the generator. Generator's on. Ground power is off. Electric hydraulic pumps are on. Go to ground services now. And I'm going to remove 2 chocks. The ground power unit. I'm going to make sure that my brakes are on before I pull that final chock. And we've now cleared all of our ground moorings. So that looks pretty good. Hey dogs, have you tried the 737 MAX yet? It's a pretty cool little airplane. They did a great job on the EFB.
locking gear.
There goes the other Ryanair that was next to us. So that's Green's airplane that just pushed over there.
Ryanair 820, surface wind 180
let's see.
10 knots
Jim
from
says we
82
need a
to
spy hat.
Clear for takeoff to 2 Ryanair 80.
Stanstead Tower, hi there from Ryanair 441. 737 MAX at gate 50 Lima. Information X-ray is aboard. Requesting startup and pushback.
Ryanair 441, stand 50 left. Push and start approved on to Charlie East.
Push and start approved. We will be on Charlie East for Ryanair 441. I waited. So normally you'll...
Good evening, Ascot 2205, Boeing 737.
This, I have the GSX stuff for the airplane. So with the GSX in there, I have the profile updated, and that's why we're able to get that. And push back where they tell us to, not just in the general area.
Ascot 2205 is cleared to Los Miles.
I think it's time to go. Shall we get out of here? You haven't tried to fly it yet? It's a good flying airplane there, dogs. It really is. I've been very happy with this airplane. Wait for the engines to get out of the ground equipment area. I usually, you know, there's a liner there. where there's supposed to be absolutely nothing there that gets sucked into the engines, because when you damage engines like that, the accountants say that that sucks.
Ryanair 820, contact London Control 118.480. Bye-bye.
118,480 for Ryanair 80, bye-bye. Ryanair 58 Echo ready for taxi.
Ryanair 58 Uniform Echo, taxi holding point Sierra 1, runway 22.
Rich has been on a 3-stream streak, and Pilot Dakota's back. Welcome back, Pilot Dakota. This should be a nice trip. Engine number 2 starting very nicely. Looks like there's a little bit of London ATC waiting for us. And remember, we're doing a double hop in this one. We're going to try and do the famous Ryanair 30-minute spin around. And let's go ahead and start engine number 2. Number 1, I mean. And we're going to get the gear pin. There's the gear pin. We can steer the airplane. And if we were polite to the ground crew, they will wave at us and smile. Otherwise, they'll flip us off and walk away. So we're all good to go there. Engine number 1 starting up very nicely.
Ryanair 58 Uniform Echo, surface wind 180 degrees, 11 knots.
Airport data traffic. Getting a good start on engine number 1. And let's get the packs back on first. Keep the passengers comfy. Flip the electrical systems over to the engine generators. Isolation valve off. APU bleed off. Come on up here. Look to see our probe. Heaters are automatic, so we don't need to turn those on, but we do need the yaw damper. I'll put the electrical meter over to generator number 1. And we're done with the APU. We're going to do flaps 5 for takeoff. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes to RTO. And let's come over here and disengage GSX. With it disengaged, we hit Shift T, Control Shift T, and then that takes the top menu out. And let's get a taxi clearance. Stanstead, hello again from Ryanair 441, pushed and started from stand 50 left, requesting taxi.
Ryanair 441, taxi holding point Sierra 1, runway 22, via Charlie and Sierra.
Ryanair 441, we're going to runway 22 via Charlie, Sierra, holding short of Sierra 1. Are we ready to rumble?
Ryanair 58 Uniform Echo, contact London Control 118.480. Enjoy your flight. Bye-bye.
118.480 might be next for us. Let's go ahead and pop that in. 118.480.
FedEx 1, surface wind 180.
Okay, let's go.
1 knots, runway 22.
I'm going to go and turn on Terra.
Takeoff runway 22, FedEx 1.
And let's go. Let's see. Martin is going to Athens today in this PMDG from Gardermoen. You've got kind of a long flight today. I hope it's a good time. And taxi light on, continuous restart on the engines. Let's come on down here, and I'm going to push the throttles up about halfway. And if it started beeping at me, that would tell me that I've got a problem with my takeoff configuration, but it didn't beep, so we're good. I'm going to make sure my reversers work. My reversers are working. I've had a problem with those. So Martin is going to Athens, and let's see, Dylan is in chat for the first time. Welcome, Dylan. Thanks for coming by.
05.
Welcome to you. We're just getting ready to depart. Okay, Charlie, and it's going to be Sierra, and we're going to Sierra 1. That's pretty easy.
New recruits detected.
Dylan just hit follow on the channel. Thanks for the follow, Dylan. Welcome.
FedEx 1, contact London Control, 118.480, zero flight, bye-bye.
1848, thanks, take care, FedEx 1.
If you're new to all of this flight sim stuff and wonder about the voices that you hear are real people. There are people that are flying with us today who are pilots flying Flight Simulator. There is also people who are doing air traffic control, and we're on a network called VATSIM. VATSIM is for free. It's a bit of a steep learning curve for some, and some people get a little bit nervous. Well, everybody gets nervous. Everybody gets nervous.
0534.
But it's a cool place to do flight simming. Okay, let's see. Let's do, it's a VNAV, LNAV departure, auto throttle is armed, flight directors are on.
Engine start approved.
And here is Sierra 1.
Ryanair 441, surface wind at 180 degrees, 11 knots, runway 22, clear for takeoff.
Runway 22, we are clear for takeoff. Ryanair 441, thanks. Here we go. So strobes are on. It behaves really well. Oh, and you're in the 737-800?
Approaching 2.
Okay, everything looks good to go there. Landing lights on. Final cabin call.
On runway 2.
Throttle's up about halfway. Look down at the engines, make sure they're stable. Engines are stable. Auto thrust. I must have another button, another thing attached to that button in my controls. Ooh, big scenery hesitation there. That was scary. Oh, another one. Holy moly, look at all these scene burps. Ooh, they're all over the place today. What's going on? Gear up. All right, we're on VATSIM. It's going to be busy. I'm going to go and do command.
441, contact London Control, 118.480. Enjoy your flight. Bye-bye.
118480 for Ryanair 441. Thanks for the departure.
Yeah.
Flaps 1. Radio. London Control.
Eurowings
Flaps up.
1 Alpha, roger. I need a little bit more than that. Report your location.
Eurowings 1 Alpha passing country we have 10 nautical miles on break.
Eurowings 1 Alpha, thank you very much. Set full 3465.
3465, Eurowings 1 Alpha.
London, very good evening from Ryanair 441, approaching 4,000 feet, just departed Stanstead.
Ryanair 441 London, standby brake. Ryanair 5535, turn left to heading 240 degrees, descend 2,500 feet, cleared ILS approach runway 22.
Turning left turning 240 degrees, descending 500 feet, cleared ILS runway 22.
Ryanair 441 London, a very good afternoon to you, sir. Climb flight level 70.
Flight level 70 for Ryanair 441. Good afternoon.
Euro wings 1 Alpha, maintain flight level 370.
Up and away.
Maintain
It is
flight
flight
level
in control.
370, wings 1 Alpha.
FedEx 1, a very good FedEx 1, no further ATCs available to you for now. Monitor Unicom 1228. Good afternoon.
28, thanks ATC FedEx 1.
All right, not a bad departure. A little
Easy,
fast on the
909,
turn, but it seems to be
240.
handling it just fine.
Ryanair 58 Uniform Echo, climb flight level 240.
Passengers excited about a really nice view outside the
Readability
plane.
0, Ryanair 58 Uniform Echo, confirm level 240.
Sorry, Mike, we need to get out to 240 for Ryanair 58.
Ryanair 5535, there's no ATC speed restrictions. Contact the tower now 123.805. Good evening.
Up to tower 123.825,
Ryanair 5 Tango November, descend flight level 80.
Up and away.
Ryanair 57 Mike Uniform, descend flight level 130.
Lots of Ryanair today. United 4777 is here. Oh, you're the
Musketeer
FedEx?
25 Tango, descend flight
Holy
level
moly, you're
90.
going to Memphis? How long is that flight going to be? How long is your FedEx flight going to be? And let's turn the airplane sound down just a little.
Air 4 Charlie Echo, climb flight
It
level
gets a
28,
little bit
correction,
busy.
climb flight level 390.
390, 394,
Ryanair 5 Tango November, flight heading 265, land runway 22.
Heading 265 from 5 Tango November.
Ryanair 57 Mike Uniform, speed 220 knots.
8 hours and 30 minutes for United 4777's flight over to Memphis today. And by the time you get there, the big thunderstorms should be gone. But they had some pretty good thunderstorms over there earlier today.
London Centre, good evening. Beeline 2103, flight level 180.
Beeline 2103, London Control, good evening. Roger, Logan 2 hotel arrival.
Logan 2 hotel arrival, Beeline 2103.
Ryanair 441, climb flight level 160.
Flight level 160 now for Ryanair 441.
Sunday 1 Charlie Charlie, no further ATCs available. Monitor Unicom 122, just late, away. Musketeer 25 Tango 140, no further AT&T throw. Monitor Unicom 122, just late.
128, thanks for 7, bye-bye, Musketeer.
Ryanair 5 Tango November, descend altitude 4,000 feet, back to QNH 1015.
Why are you descending, you crazy airplane?
Ryanair 57 Mike Uniform, turn left, head in 220 degrees, 7 flight level 100.
That was crazy. Okay, we're done with continuous restart. I'm going to turn those lights off.
89009, send now, flight level 140.
United is an IRL CFI, so while the flight is going, you're going to be teaching the
Ryanair 5
172.
November, turn right, heading 300
You know
degrees,
what,
220.
United 4777, I'm going to call that the absolute best multitasking ever.
A permit right
Hats
turn
off, that's
300.
great,
You've got
United
22
4777.
miles to run.
And I hope your student has a good time in the 172. Good time on that. That's going to be great. It's Hunter Girl. Hi, Hunter Girl. I hope you have been having a really good June. And everything is nice in
available.
Frankfurt.
Monitor Unicom 122, just late, bye-bye.
Unicom, thanks, bye.
Yeah, it's double flight time for you.
Ryanair
It
5 taking November. I'm
sure
going to
is
take through
United
the localizer to
4777.
establish on the
That's
other
me.
side. Speed now 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, Ryanair 5 Tango November.
Ryanair 5 Tango November, correct. Make a left turn to head in 180 degrees, descend 2,500 feet.
Okay, so
cleared our left
remember,
approach
when
runway
we get
26.
on the ground, when we get on the ground, we're going to stay on VATSIM, stay in the airplane, and
Speed 180
do
knots
continuing service back to Stanstead. You had a tough day. Oh, really? You have a break for 11 days. Well, boy.
now. Ryanair 441, there's no further AC available for you, sir. Monitor Unicom 122.8. Good afternoon.
122.8. Things will get out of control over there. Thanks from Ryanair 441.
Ryanair 57 Mike, uniform to 7, flight level 70.
122.8. I'm sorry you had a tough day. Welcome back in. Can't fix your tough day, but from here on out it gets a little more fun and a little more chill with an occasional really bad joke. Okay, Silva, we're supposed to go to flight level 340. So let's continue the climb to flight level 340. There we go. Let's see if we can go back and get a nice VNAV climb here. There we go, a lot better. All right, let's see what is ahead of us here in S. Kelly. Yeah, Jamie's doing some ATC today, which is cool. Hopefully Jamie's still back when we come back from Dublin. So over to Dublin, there is a little bit of ATC over there. Dublin... Arrival ATIS 28 left. That's what we're planning, so good. Good to see you, and thanks for coming in, S. Kelly. So was it a hard day at work, Hunter Girl, or was it other stuff going on? My guess is it's probably starting to get really hot when you're out doing firefighting now, since it's starting to get hot out there, and I imagine Germany's starting to dry out, and you might have some wildfire problems too. We've had a bunch around here already. 279 miles to Dublin. It's a work day, so you had day shift today. Okay, day shift. Well, you know, sometimes that's, you know, nice and pleasant. Some of them can be pleasant. At least it's not the middle of the night when it's, you know, a crappy day. Okay, everything looks good here. And our flight looks great. So let's see. Are they departing on a different runway in Dublin? Departure ATIS. They're departing on 28 right. And we're landing on runway 22. Flocala's back in chat. Welcome back, Flocala. Thank you for coming by today. All right, everything looks really good. If you're just joining us, we've been chatting a little bit about how nice, you know, the Ryanair and low-cost carriers and stuff like that, and just what an impressive job they really do. And if you really want to deep dive when it comes into low-cost carriers, I really did enjoy reading the story that I just kind of sent a link to. I've read it several times because there's a lot of really good information in there. Flocala, it is Thursday. I know I checked. I looked at my phone like we all do. I looked at my phone. Which reminds me, we'll turn the ringer off just so we don't end up hearing the sounds of all the spam email and spam texts and stuff. 53 miles to top of climb. Okay, so if I remember what the rules are for the Ryanair turnaround, as soon as you get to the gates and you shut down your engines, that's when you sort of start the timer, start the clock for your 30 minutes, unless you're in an one of the other 737s and not a MAX, if it's an NG, your turnaround is 25 minutes. And you unload, you get your new flight plan, you get your new clearance, because the goal is after you start the clock, that's when it is that you want to be out to get your 30 minutes. Good evening, Mr. Posh Martin. So far, so good. Everybody's doing pretty good. I think a few folks have come into chat saying, man, it's been kind of a hard day. So we'll try and make the day a little more lighthearted. Give it time, there might even be a couple of dumb jokes, which might be surprising. Really nice views here today. And 25,000 feet, seatbelts can go to auto. And at 25,000 feet, I'll kind of run across the lower part of the upper panel here. So landing lights are off, runway turn off and taxi lights are off. The APU is off. Engine starters are off. The logo lights are off. Strobe and steady and anti-collision lights are on. Next thing we care about is pressurization. Is the cabin actually climbing a little bit? That is something that we hope that is happening, because if it isn't happening, then the passengers are going to get a really bad headache and not be very nice. Mr. Posh Martin did a few flights in the A350. I have not. It's been a while since I've updated it. We could do an A350 flight. We want to check out the Atlanta airport after we do our little double hop here, because the Atlanta airport got an update. Oh, and they're starting to put some videos up about the Fokker F100 that's going to be coming out. So we'll be trying to, that's a pretty good looking little airplane. We may be able to the F100 on Frankfurt Friday when it comes out, because our favorite airline, Air Berlin, used to fly F100s. So we could have a good time fucking around with that. 250 miles from Dublin. Martin is having a good day today. The kids are away with grandparents. You and your wife get to enjoy a little bit of quiet time. Well, hello to Martin's wife too. Yeah, I hope you're doing good. Also, it's great news. Martin had some surgery recently, and it looks like it's a complete recovery. So that's good news. Just hope you don't get a special phone call, from, them saying, hey, have you seen our cell phone? That was a bad joke. Flocala is playing with Jet Card. I hear that Jet Card is supposed to be really, really good when it comes to biz jets. I hear it's all about biz jets. Hey Sonic, Subsonic, so you would, oh yeah, I think that that's one of those airplanes that I think that everybody's kind of excited about. So yeah, I'm planning to get the F100. If for no other reason than I get to say, silly little juvenile jokes about fucking around with the airplane. Because, it's the F100. Diamond Mike Boston is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. So, Flocal, it's about BizJet charters and starting your own company. I could see how that might be some fun for some. Mountain Man says the Falcon 50 is coming out by the end of the month, too. I think I'm going to make the choice to do the Fokker F100 over that other one. I've already got two BizJets that I don't fly anyway that much, so it could be that that's going to be what we're going to do. 30,000 feet, almost to our top of climb. Fuel looks like it's going to be good for landing. So let's see, getting ready for our arrival over here at Dublin, and somebody should call ahead and have a special delivery of Guinness delivered to the gate when we get there. It could very well be, Martin. I would think so. Thought it was a little bit lower at some of the islands, though. Thought it was a little lower at some of the islands out there. If Sibby comes into chat, Sibby will know for sure, because that's her backyard. 111.35. So ILS 11135, and make that active. 111.35. 278 is our inbound course. That looks really good too. And minimums are 402 feet. These are really small numbers to set, and they also jump around, but I guess that's the way they do that in the real airplane. See, like right now, it's bouncing all over the place. They have to really slow down cranking the dial here. All right, so 402, that's good. Martin says it's windy today. You got your weather predictions, 35 knots at 6,000 feet. Windy in Athens? Haven't heard a weather update from Athens in a while. Okay, we're at our final cruise. I've set my ILS, that's good. I've set the inbound course, and I've set minimums. So we're all ready to go there. That looks good. I don't think that they use CTAF in the UK, Ireland, or Scotland yet, so it's essentially going to be all on us for the arrival. And at Pizza, it's 3,000 feet at Pizza. Because who doesn't like pizza? Let's see if any ATCs popped up here. We're all kind of taking the southern route here. Looks like we got a little bit around Manchester. Looked like there was some pretty good thunderstorms around Manchester earlier. So it's basically Tower and Atis. So all you do is you do get yourself set up on the arrival, maintain traffic separation, and call for permission to land, and that's about it. This is going to be our one little bit of peaceful time now before the big crazy, the mad dash for getting out the door. Let's see, I need to get the timer ready to go. So let's see. There's the timer. Do I have a stopwatch here? Alright, does that give us a count up timer? Let's see. No. So we're gonna need like a 30-minute countdown. Let's see if that works. There we go. Yep, we get a 30-minute countdown. It's gonna be in the lower right-hand part of the window. Okay, so we got the countdown timer all ready to go. So that's set for once we get to the grade. Diamond Mike's is Italian. You can only imagine how many pizzas you've had in your life. Hey, Diamond Mike, You want to know something? I used to be a teenager, so I had a lot of pizzas too. Hey Martel, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. But chances are the quality of your pizza, Diamond Mike, because you're Italian, was probably a little bit better than the pizza that I got. So you win in the quality department. 43 miles to top of descent. It's going to be all on us, so I'm going to go ahead and dial in 3,000 feet. There's no ATC. So 3,000 feet over here. Looking good. Now then, EIDW. I don't have, there's EHAM. We're not picking up Dublin yet. That's why it isn't there. Subsonic, the F-100, it was a frequent aircraft where you lived there. And 20 years ago in Budapest, well, the F-28, the F-100, those were very popular airplanes for a while. Elion is in from Hanover in Germany. Hey, you've got a really good kids playground at the airport in Hanover. As an adult that feels like playgrounds are so much better today than they were when I was a kid, you've got a great place for kids to go and play. Austrian flew the F-100. So Austrian Airlines had it too. Yeah, pretty much sealed its fate when Loviz says, you do know that Air Berlin used to fly the Fokker F-100. So oh yeah, we'll fly that one. But there's also, I think I forget which airplane. There is a Fokker. I don't think it's the F-28. It might be the F-100. So if you go to Amsterdam, there is a KLM airplane on the roof of the building. And you can, I believe, actually go and walk around inside that airplane too. And that was one of their old Fokker airplanes. There was a bunch of them that used to fly all over Canada for Canadian Regional. It's a little regional airline. So they were fairly popular. American Airlines used to fly them all over the place too. I forget which one they did, but American Airlines had those too. I think it's great that they've got one on display and a place where passengers, if they've got a little time to kill at the airport, can actually go up and walk up to the airplane. You know, you never get to do that in real life. You have to stay on the jetway or stay in the stairs and stay in your seat. You never get to go and, walk up to and get underneath an airplane and look at that like you can in Amsterdam. So I think it's really cool that they've got one of them out that, people can go and check out. Subsonic says there's also one at the museum at Budapest Airport. Really? You can go and see, well, yeah, you'd have to have an escort or something. And we are done with coffee for today. It was a nice morning at Spy HQ. We've got some clouds building today. There's about a 30% chance of a little thunderstorm. Fact is, I think there's one to the north of town right now. So there's one to the north of town. 22 degrees is not so bad. Kind of a nice day. You need the escort. Well, yes, you definitely need. Always want to be safe about that for sure. And got Spy T for the rest of the flight today. Subsonic remembers a Yak 40. I wonder if instead of motion sickness bags on the Yakolov, they called them yak bags. "11 miles to top of descent." Okay, Dublin went offline, so that's why there's no ATIS. So this is where we can go over to the performance page and we can hit the real weather button and go and get the latest VTAR from there. Okay, what do we got here? The altimeter is 1008. The winds are 220 at 9. All right, 1008 is our altimeter. Verify it. It's kind of hard to see. 1008. That looks good. Now then, one of the things that I forgot to do was the dispatch landing check. I haven't been doing that very much, hardly at all. But before you even take off, you're supposed to do a landing dispatch check to check all of your data and make sure that the airplane is ready to go for landing. So that's important. It is dry there. Motor Night is in chat over on YouTube. Motor Night is going back to X-Plane 12. Just Flight is going to release a Fokker. Wished it also came to X-Plane, but I have no idea what they're going to do Motor Night. Why did you decide to go to X-Plane? Are there cool things that they're doing at X-Plane that you learned about at Expo or something? Aircraft. I'm doing anti-ice off, AC on. Auto brakes are going to be 2. Reversers are operative. No problems with the airplane. Let's see. Tango is back in chat. Everything is good. Blue skies here. The 737 update, it really has become a fun airplane, hasn't it? I'm really enjoying this airplane a lot. Anti-ice is off and calculate. How many cups of coffee in the winter time? In the winter time, I tend to have, oh, it failed. Maybe auto brakes 3, Dublin, 28 left, it's dry. Flaps 30, nothing, reversers. Uh-oh, our landing stuff is failing us here. I wonder what's going on. But no, it's been usually maybe one or two in the summer, 2 or 3 in the winter. Martel says it's 30 to 32 degrees Celsius, so 22 would feel better for you. And Tango, this Saturday, you'll be recording a long flight from Moscow to LA. Aeroflot, had they're a PMDG? This is really weird. Let's try and do this again. Okay, so read data. Runway condition is dry. Flaps 30. Air conditioning on. Anti-ice off. Brakes 2. Reversers all operation. No abnormals. Let's get weather. And calculate. Hey, now we got it. I don't know. I must have done something wrong with it. Raf Plays is back in chat. Thanks for coming by, Raf Plays. Motor Night, you like the feeling of X-Plane a bit better? The colors, the weight of the planes, just a feeling. I certainly understand what you mean about the weight of the airplanes. They did feel like they had a little bit more weight than some of the airplanes we have in, Microsoft Flight Simulator. And you get to do Beluga flights. The Beluga in that airplane was really very good. I thought that the Beluga was really good on that airplane. Okay, VREF plus 5 knots is going to be 146. So, init ref, flaps 30, and I'm just going to change that to a 6. And there's our speed set for landing. And we have started our descent. Dublin, here we come. Okay, so Flying along, we're on VATSIM, no ATC. What do we do? So the thing that we do is I like to go and first of all take a look at the airport, and then if I go and zoom in to where I can click on the actual label for the airport, now I've got the Dublin data, and you can go and take a look and see who's coming in. And I'm looking over here. You see I click the landings over here. So now we can go and look and see. There is a Shamrock, and they're landing at 1922 Zulu. There's Ryanair Flight 820. They're landing at 1924. And we are landing at 1932. And after me, there's one estimated to 1948. So what you can do is use that to kind of see, is there an airplane like close to me? And it gives you an idea of when you're going to be landing. And so maybe if I were Ryanair Flight 120, since I'm close to this Shamrock flight up ahead of me, I might slow down just a little bit faster and give yourself an extra minute or two. But this is a great way to go and be able to do that. A great way to, just go and check and see, am I going to create, get in somebody else's way? The toeless Airbuses are very good, Tango. I think that the loading application for the toeless Airbuses in X-Plane is a little older or something. It's a little bit older, but not bad. So I kind of actually, the airplanes are outstanding. The way we load the airplanes here in Microsoft Flight Simulator are a little bit nicer though. The Navigraph integration and stuff. Oh no, Rat Plays, your account was hacked. You're going to make a new account and get the game there. I'm real sorry to hear it. Anybody that gets hacked, I always feel bad for, because that's such a disruption. And the amount of hacking is just, it's out of control right now. It's just totally out of control. Senor Tomas, welcome. Thank you for coming by today. 25,000 feet, seatbelts going from auto to on. I'm real sorry to hear that they're not helping out either. That's really nasty of them. I can understand why you're thinking about going over to, why that's annoying. I think perhaps it is I really like the Phoenix airplanes. I think that the toeless is still just fine. I think, the big reason for that I miss X-Plane the most is it's not streaming. A lot of the data doesn't stream as much down, which is nice. Yeah, you've got a big bunch of files on your hard drive, but I kind of like that a bit. The other thing that I like about it is I miss the Flight Factor 757. That's a big thing that I miss, but I can live without it. Okay, our arrival's looking pretty good here. I'm going to bring in the map a click from 80 to 40 miles. Loviz, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Being Maltese, you always joke that you're unhackable. I object to being hacked. I would object to being hacked too. Loviz, hope your week has been okay. Let's see, we're about ready to land in Dublin and try and get out of the gate in 30 minutes. So it's the Ryanair 30-minute. RAF Plays, that's a great way to go, because you can get a little bit more help from Steam than some developers. Okay, looking good. Our descent's perfect. Motor Night, we've got some incredible airplanes. I mean, just this one is a really, really nice one, the 737 MAX. especially now that we've got a really, really good electronic flight bag, which you really need these days. Oh no, was the hacker like tormenting you? Man, that totally sucks. Not really flight simming this week. Might fly with you later for sure tomorrow. Hey, understand needing to take a break. You know, I usually totally disconnect from flight simming and stuff on Tuesday and Wednesday. So I certainly understand doing that. Although I did jump in yesterday, there's some new things that have come out in GSX, and so I wanted to, you know, try and find those and see how it worked. A couple other things. I saw a few other things get updated, and the video that you shared, the F100 video, that's looking really pretty good. Yeah, when the F100 comes out, you're going to probably do a little more flying. So they were able to change the email address, really? Descent is good. Lovis, the videos for the F100 look pretty good. And the airplane itself looks like it's going to be a good airplane for, you know, maybe flying in Frankfurt Friday. So, you know, that looks like it's going to be a good airplane for a complex VATSIM event, I think. Is your radio panel, did it finally ship? The last time I heard, Lovis ordered the wind control Airbus radio panel, and the last time I heard it was in preparation, but it hadn't shipped yet. They're going to have a dedicated for downloads and liveries too. Oh, a dedicated application or place to go to get the F100 thing? You haven't checked wind control yet today. Oh, okay. So a dedicated, is it a website or an app for the wind control stuff? Not for the wind control, for the Fokker. I don't mind an app for these things. Transition should have been around 6,000. It's going to be an app for the Fokker. Well, you know, those developers aren't fucking around with that airplane, so there you go. I think they also realize that people are really looking forward to it. Got some speed brake out. Dad Game Time says Just Flight is reporting less than a month until the F-70, F-100 releases. Diamond Mike Boston, yep. We're going to have all sorts of fun fucking around with that. Dublin Tower is back online. Uh-oh. Yep, there's an ATIS. EIDW arrivals. Information November. 28 left. Okay, so that looks good. EIDW tower is 118.6. We'll monitor that.
Subscriber confirmed.
Avgeek did a really
Top
nice
clearance
resub.
granted, Agent. Loyalty
Thank you
noted.
for a really nice resub for 5 months,
Ryanair
Avgeek.
B737 Dublin Tower, good evening. Continue
Super
approach
duper.
number
Thank you for helping me to
1,
keep my
traffic
world
directly.
going. Something about console. Any build sale is going on.
Dublin Tower, Shamrock 521 X-ray has vacated at Sierra 5 onto Sierra.
It's Dublin, its
X-ray,
efforts.
Dublin Tower, hello, right Sierra.
Doubling down on the jokes.
Stand 40.
Way to go, Dad. Game time.
Right on Sierra, expect stand 407 for Shamrock 521 X-ray.
Ryanair 80 surface 220 degrees now.
I think we can go and do a direct to. Auto brakes. Trying to slow it down a little bit here. Thanks again, Avgeek, for a nice resub. Is Shamrock a fake rock? Okay, so Avgeek, it's either when you shut down your engines or when the parking brake is applied. Unless Polyot comes in and gives us the official word, I say it's from the time the parking brake is applied to the time you release the parking brake. That might be the simplest way to go. How does that sound? Big J having a flight into Kennedy today. Enjoy the 777. So parking brake to parking brake. Going to start taking control of a few things here.
New recruit detected. Welcome
Let's
aboard,
go
Agent.
and direct
Stay
to.
sharp.
We're the next in line, so let's do a direct to Lapmo.
Shamrock 521 X-ray cross 1934, taxi travel to.
Hey, Stabilizer Motion, welcome aboard. That's a great name. That's a really good name for a
Cross
flight
runway
simmer.
34 Bravo 2 Tango for stand 407 Lima for Shamrock 521 X-ray. Thanks for your help.
Information November is current. Flaps 1. Speed brakes back down and armed to land. Auto brake, speed brakes are good. Flight attendant, seats for landing. Stabilizer Motion, very cool name here on Twitch.
Ryanair 820, welcome to Dublin. Taxi
So
Sierra,
nice
52,
to be able
53,
to fly
Old Waterloo,
something
16.
like this during the
Expect
daylight.
108.
It does feel awkward, but you know, my whole world is kind of one of fly different airplanes. I mean, you know, worst kept secret about, you know, the spy flight is I suck at landings. My landings are always all over the place. That's because I'm flying all sorts of different airplanes. If I would just stick with one or two airplanes, my landings might get a little bit better. Maybe not. Maybe I just suck at this stuff. But, you know, that's why you don't have, you know, real world pilots coming in and saying, hey boss, I want to fly a 777 today. And then tomorrow it says, I want to fly an A320.
1 November departure, runway 28, right? Stop climb altitude 4,000 feet, squawk 7612, airborne frequency, advisory 122.8.
Roger, both
Okay,
1 November
26
departure.
miles out. Information
we're on
mic.
initial climb
Let's
4,000
check
feet,
this.
squawking 7612,
Continuous
and
restart.
departure frequency
Lights are all good. Passengers are in their
Rock
seats.
3390.
All is right with the world here.
3390, back correct.
Hi, Blue Flamingo.
Thank you very
The
much.
updates are really good, Blue Flamingo. Really enjoying the new EFB. Very nice. I think we're all ready. So, posture check. Get ready to fly the airplane. Loviz, I applied for a refund for the radio panel. I'll just wait to get it from the US store. Because you went to the international store and paid the really big additional, tariff fee to get it from the international store. I haven't even looked at any of those things yet. Loviz says it was almost twice as much for taxes and shipping over on the international store.
778 Max, stand 109 left information, Alpha, QNH 1008, request departure clearance. Fire 66 Tango Romeo, Dublin Tower, good evening. Clear at Birmingham, NDEC 3 Juliet, the power.
If you buy from Rosefire, you're paying a little bit more, better quality for the radio and dial control. Really? Are you using a lot of Rosefire stuff there, Flyer Studios? I started to see on social media that there's people that are now selling a spinning trim wheel for an Airbus.
Ryanair 820, cross.
It helps with the sun glare, but my attention's here in the cockpit, so I'm just kind of spending my time in the cockpit right now.
Cross 16, I'm sorry, could you repeat the taxi right here? Ryanair 820, no problem. Taxi Foxtrot Dana, Delta Sierra, stand 108.
The wind control McDo is very, very nice. I enjoy that a lot. But then I'm still using my Thrustmaster throttles from, the throttle problems I had during the holidays. My Thrustmaster throttles are just fine for now. I'm keeping my speed up a little bit here. I'd really rather start slowing down. We're 15 miles out. Loviz says there's going to be an Air Berlin livery for us. I'm looking forward to that one. So, do you think it's going to be good enough to do the Air Berlin F100 into and out of Frankfurt Friday? Hi, Abelars. Welcome, welcome. Thrustmaster makes Big J plays, thinks about those 1980 workout tapes. Okay, speed down to 180. We will eventually get an over-the-shoulder cam when I get the full-size Airbus. I still, and in fact, that's part of the reason why I'm a little lukewarm on spending money and thinking about it right now is, in my case, I've got the extra camera over here for the autopilot. I don't have a camera for the McDo. And I'm thinking about, okay, what are we going to do for coverage up there? I've already got a big monster camera in the lower right-hand corner. Do we really want to block more of the screen with cameras? So as far as programming and stuff, kind of wondering what I should do. Loviz says the F100 is going to be perfect for Frankfurt Friday. Arm the approach. Dublin Tower, very good evening. Ryanair 441 just on the localizer for runway 28 left. Information November is aboard.
Ryanair 441, Dublin Tower, good evening. Surface wind 220 degrees an hour knots, runway 28 left, clear for land.
28 left, clear to land for Ryanair 441. Thanks. Tango, yeah, I know. We got to start saving for more airplanes,
And
don't
Dublin,
we?
this Shamrock 3390, push 311 Lima for uniform.
Wheels.
Shamrock 33900, push and start approved, total release point to uniform, QNH 1008 hectopascal.
Roger, 1008, clear to push uniform for Shamrock 3390, thank you.
We decided 146 to land. .146 to land. Flaps 30. That's right. This is where Hunter Girl likes to go on vacation. There's family here. My guess is you've probably been on this very approach. You've probably seen this coming on in, right? The little island out over here. Just incredibly lush. Yep, you get to see this. That's probably a view you've seen, unless you're over on this side of the airplane. Manaphy is doing some traveling today. Okay, be right back. Time to land, right? I don't see the runway yet, so generally I like to let the airplane do the work. I got the runway and autopilot off. Silence the alarm. Yeah, this is where Hunter Girl has gone on several vacations. So I guess you've probably seen coming in on this side, and just, I imagine it's just really, really green and looks nice. Ooh, there's some apartments over there. That'd be a great place to set up a spy HQ with a camera to watch airplanes land. Manaphy is going to go to Rio. Are you going to do Santos Dumont? Okay, I better pay attention here.
Approaching 28 left.
It's a little breezy today.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. 500. Glide slow. Glide slow. 400. Glide slow.
Auto throttle soft. I'm having some awful loading problems of scenery.
300.
Yep, we've got some crosswind today.
200. Minimum.
Landing.
100.
It's about 19 knots at the
50,
surface.
40. Glide 30. Slow. 20. 10. 5.
Reverse. Green.
100 meters remaining. 30 meters remaining.
So there is been construction here at Dublin Airport, and that's why the threshold is so displaced, because they didn't want you landing at the very end of the runway. They were working on that cross runway, I believe, and so that's what they've been doing, and that's why you land so much further down here at Dublin.
Ryanair 441, welcome to Dublin, taxi right Sierra, Whiskey 2, Whiskey 3, hold short, runway 16.
Ryanair 441, we are on Whiskey 2. We're continuing down. Whiskey 2, Whiskey 3, but we're holding short of runway 16.
Hey firm, and expect stand 124.
Stand is going to be 124 tonight for Ryanair 441. Okay, so Whiskey 2, so Sierra, Whiskey 2, hold short of runway 16. Okay, we can do that. That sounds pretty good. But minus 200, well, not so bad. Could have been a little bit better. Let's see here. Everything's good there. Let's start up the APU. Welcome to Dublin Airport. Delighted to be here in Ireland. Visiting for business. We wish you a pleasant stay. Follow the airport signs. That's really nice. Is that the message you heard on your when you were coming in on your vacations here?
Taxi, Lick 4, Foxtrot Alpha, November, hold
GT
short.
Boy Beer Cheers. That is a really nice message.
November, hold
Staff
short,
is
next
available if
for
you need help. Thank you for choosing Dublin Airport. Every time in Dublin is a special time. Always nice to land here too. Okay, we need to stop at Whiskey 2. Diamond Mike, you asked for light butter. Well, today it's garlic butter. No, that's a nice message. You remembered it pretty good, Hunter Girl. I don't remember a lot
Very
of
good
those.
evening to you. Tomjet 910, localizer established, 9 to final, 28 left.
Tomjet 9010, Dublin Tower, good evening. Surface winds 220 degrees, 9 knots.
So when you go on vacation to Dublin and you land in Dublin, what is your favorite place to go and get your favorite Irish food when you come to Dublin and Ireland? Is there a favorite place that you think, oh, gotta go to this one special place here? We are going to stand 160, I think he said. Stand is 124. 124, it's right over there. Okay. And we're holding short of this runway. Okay. Put a few things back together. The disengage bar is done. Flight directors can go off. The auto throttle is off. And we're going to do traffic.
3, 4.
Let's see. Remind you of the MCO message.
Ryanair 2, Hotel Uniform, Dublin Tower, hello, standby for clearance, number 1. Break, Ryanair 441, cross runway 16, taxi Mike 1, link 4, stand 124, bye-bye.
Ryanair 441, clear to cross runway 16, Mike 1, link 4. Our stand tonight is 124. All right.
Ryanair 2, Hotel Uniform, clear to La Rochelle, Pesset 2, Juliet departure,
So
runway
Whiskey 2,
285.
Mike
Subtime
1,
Flight 090,
link
squawk
4.
5261. When airborne, monitor advisory, frequency 122
3,
0.
4.
Ryanair 2 Hotel Uniform, clear to destination, departure runway 28 flight, change into Juliet, reporting flight 261, and after departure, what is the tomorrow?
Ryanair 2, Hotel Uniform, confirm initial climb, flight level 090.
Initial climb, flight level 090.
Okay, APU is up and running. Remember, we
Ryanair 2, Hotel Uniform,
got to do the
back.
clock here.
Ryanair 66, Tango Romeo, request push.
Okay, link 4
Ryanair 66,
is
Tango Romeo,
actually
push
over
back approved,
here.
face east,
So to do
down
link
Delta
4,
Sierra,
we've got to do a
QNH
jump to the
100,
right and a step to the left.
Push
I
free face
believe.
east on Delta Sierra, QNH 1008, Ryanair 66, Tango Romeo.
Shamrock 33902, via November 2, the surface winds 220 degrees, not enough. 198 right, cleared for takeoff the light.
Roger, flight November 2, clear for takeoff runway 28 right, Shamrock 3390, flying go fun.
Slow lads.
That says link 4. And I think we're going right next to that Airbus. Stand 124. Can we see a number here? 12, there's 124. There's our stand right over there. Now then, let's get a little help from GSX on this one. Nobody's behind us, so we're going to get a little help coming in from GSX. And our stand today is Pier 1, 124.
Last station calling, readability 5. Thank you.
124. And Ryanair. Okay, so we should now get a little gate guidance coming in, so that'll be good. Something about cats. Did I call it an Airbus?
Something on 10 5.
Very possibly. I only had one cup of coffee today. Buckeye said to do a posture check a long time ago. I think I forgot that.
Thanks very much. Right, Sierra, Whiskey 2, hold short 16, Tomjet 9010.
Okay, taxi light off.
Tomjet 9010, expect stand 203 Romeo.
Did I really call it an
203
Airbus?
Romeo, Tomjet 9010.
A little bit off. Stop. Okay, ready? Let's go ahead, and we said parking brakes, right? So parking brakes are now on, and let's start the 30-minute clock. Engine 1, engine 2. Uh-oh, it's upset with me because I forgot to do the APU generators. So the airplane's a little upset. Okay, let's come on over here. With that, first things first, let's come over here and we're going to go to the airplane. Nope, we want to go to doors.
Good evening, Dublin Tower.
And we're going to go and disarm the doors. Let's turn this off and let's do air stairs. Open up cargo. And while air stairs are coming out, let's get the APU stuff set up here. That looks really good. We don't need the electric hydraulic pumps anymore. And we're going to recycle the navigation gear. Okay, so those can go off. Come on down here, and we're going to do anti-collision lights off. Seat belts can go off. And by now, we can open the left front door. Left front door is now open. Now, we also should have come over here to ground services, put some chocks in place. And I'm also going to get a ground power cart. And we'll use the APU for air conditioning, and we'll use the APU for air conditioning. Ground power is going to be electricity. We only need one fuel pump on, and everything else looks good. Now then, for unloading the airplane, I don't know that over here on the performance tab there's an unload button. So I don't know that we could actually unload the airplane from here. Now we could turn on GSX, but sometimes that gets to be a problem. So what we really need to do is, I'm just going to leave that alone. Menu, index,
Subscriber
IDENT.
confirmed.
Hi Dickie.
Top clearance
Thanks for a
granted.
resub. Thank you for coming
Loyalty
in.
noted.
Good to see you, and thank you for coming by. I guess if we do 0, so we've got 2 zeros there. It just says load the airplane. So I'm not sure if that would do it or not. Okay, so it's going to go to 0, I guess. And it's going to take 7 minutes. Okay, that's good. Let's do our flight plan. We got to keep this going here. Otherwise, we'll fall behind on our 30-minute countdown. So, sim brief. We are at Dublin. So, new flight. We are going to be RYR 441, EIDW Dublin, and alternate. No, we don't want that. Then we're going back to Stanstead, EGSS, Stanstead. We're going to fly the 737 MAX 8. And we're flying for Ryanair. And Ryanair. There we go. Runway 2228 right. The runways are correct. Let's do fuel planning. And let's do minimums 15. And generate flight. If you type 0 in the plan section, I think that's what I did, AvGeek. So we should be unloading the airplane. Okay, this looks really good. So I'm going to get a PDF version of the flight plan, just in case. You never know when you're going to need a PDF version. I'm going to save a copy of it over into chat if you want that. And there it should be something in chat for you in just a second. Okay, let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. So 33,000 feet is our flight. Filed. Okay, we're good to go over there. And that should be good. Now then, with that, oh, we got to turn off the auto brakes. Whoopsie. Okay, so with that in there, we have 4 minutes of people getting off the plane. So let's go ahead and do position init. We are at EIDW Dublin. We are at stand 124. All right, let's go up and start navigation. Realignment. I don't know if they're going to do a realignment after every one of these, but hey. And let's get a GPS position, compare the GPS with our gate position. It should be relatively close. Now then, let's take a look at the flight plan. So all of this is over here. It's a much shorter route. So I'm going to just plug that in there. All right, looks good. While that's going on, if we come over here and go to Navigraph and go to En route, let's import the SimBrief flight. And now our flight, our reverse flight is in, but we're not going to import anything else because that's cheating. All right, let's go ahead, and I don't know that there's a fast way to clear all of this out. So we'll just do that. Okay, so terminal charts EIDW to EGSS. Well, our charts are updated. So, taxi. Come on down here. Parking stands. Airport. And then we come over and snag our SID, which is going to be the NDEC 3 Juliet. I don't see it. I don't see it in here. I don't see the SIDs have changed. I'm having errors loading my charts. Uh-oh. I'm having errors loading the charts on this. Hey, Plays, chatted with a few people in Discord. It's helpful. Oh, I'm really glad that you were able to do that. Hey, Will from online. Welcome, welcome. And acid.com is back in chat. Welcome back to you. Boy, none of this seems to be working for me very well. I'm going to go and clear all of the charts out here and make sure all of my charts are cleared out of here. And let's go back to en route and see if we can't re-import them, because that's not working. EIDW to EGSS. Okay, let's come back in here. Runway 28 at Atlanta. There's something wrong with that. That's a little scary. Okay, EIDW. Taxi. EIDW. Parking stance. Is this Dublin parking? It's not loading any of my charts. Charts do not work. EIDW to EGSS. That works. But none of these charts are working. That's totally crashed on me. Okay? Let's drop back and punt and get Navigraph. Something about runway 28 in Atlanta. All right, so we'll have to do it this way. Import the flight from SimBrief, and that's going to be our arrival. All right, there is our route. Airports, Dublin, charts, taxi. And we need the East Stands, Dublin, and the ND arrival. Yep, this looks a lot better. So it's going to be the NDECK 3 Juliet. Let's just search it. 3 Juliet. NQ 3 Juliet. Our initial climb clearance. I don't see an initial climb clearance. Transitions 5,000 feet. Afterwards, 4,000, 9,000, and we exit at NDQ. So we're going to make a right turn going out, and it's below flight level 230. All right, so we're good to go with that one. Coming into Stanstead, our arrival is the Listo 1 Lima. 1 Lima is Listo. And it's going to be runway 22, ILS or DME, and let's come on down to airport and parking stands. Okay, so we got a stack of charts that way, so we can do that. Let's check and see how our passengers are doing. So payload is clear. Passengers are off the plane. So let's read from our SimBrief OPF. And let's just check that because there was a problem with the other thing. So, passengers, 178. That is correct. How about our fuel? Fuel is 5.7. Yep, fuel is right too. So this is the latest. Let's load the airplane. Only this time I'm going to do a realistic load time so that, you know, we can see if we can beat the clock. Okay, route. It's EIDW, EGSS, Stanstead, and we are RYR, flight 441, page 2. Let's see, according to the flight plan, we are doing ENDQ, DEQ Something about Q. Okay, there we go. End of Q. After end of Q, we're on the Q36 airway. Q36. Q36 is no slow. N-O-S-L-O. N-O-S-L-O. No slow. Oh, wrong. Delete that one. There we go. N-O-S-L-O should have gone up here. There we go. After no slow, we're on the Zulu 197. Zulu 197. And the Zulu 197 puts us out at Listo, L-I-S-T-O. L-I-S-T-O. And that's flight plan. Wow, a lot less complex than our other one, right? Let's see. I missed some stuff. Oh, Dreams, welcome aboard. Michael, welcome aboard. There's an VATSIM event in Huntsville tonight. We should do a special flight if we do 10,000. I think Polyod is working on something. There are bees on the runway. All right, let's go get a clearance. So, Dublin ground is 121.8. 121.8. And the departure ATIS is information. Now I'm just going to go ahead and recycle. So I'm going to go and disconnect and reconnect. That just might do something. Hey, RAF plays. That's great news. All right, so this looks good. And EIDW departure ATIS. Okay, and everybody, there's ground, 121.8. Let's get a clearance. First of all, we should clear out some stuff here because none of that matters. And that'll just confuse us. And we're on stand 124. We don't know where we're going to be over at Stanstead. And let's clear this top line so I don't say the wrong thing. All right, here we go. Dublin ground, hi there from Ryanair 441. We're at stand 124. We have information Bravo on board, requesting clearance over to Stanstead.
Ryanair 441 to Stanstead, and back 3 Julie departure, runway 28, right? Initial climb, flight level 90, squawk 0352, airborne frequency approach 121 decimal.
Ryanair 441, we are cleared to Stanstead for runway 28 right, the end of Q3 Juliet departure. Initial climb clearance is flight level 90. Squawk is 0352. Airborne frequency 121.1 for Ryanair 441.
Ryanair 441, we got correct.
Okay, good. We got that done. Tavarish, Firebird, and Epic Gaming, welcome aboard. We are doing Beat the Clock right now. So we're trying to do a Beat the Clock. So we're going to turn that off. Our squawk is 0352. So that has stayed the same. Great. Let's come on up here and finish up the flight plan. Departure and arrival. Our departure is going to be runway 28 right. This is end of Q3 Juliet departure. End of Q3 Juliet departure and engage. Coming back in, remember to do it backwards on this airplane for now. So we need Listo 1 Lima for the arrival first. List 1 Lima for the ILS runway 22. Abbott or Laurel. I don't remember. Let's look and see. Okay, so on the Listo arrival, at Listo, oh yeah, it's got that really kinky little turn here at the end. So we kind of come around here, and after the Barkway VOR, it's Busta and Laurel. After Laurel, what do we do? That's runway 22. What is all of this? Really? I don't think we do that. I'm going to use that transition. Is there a... Oh, I'll bet there's a transition. I'll bet there's a transition into Stanstead. So stars. Initial approach from Laurel. Runway 22. Yep, see, there was one in there. Boy, am I glad I checked. So after Laurel, we then go back to Barkway and then around there. Okay. So it is the Laurel transition that we want. Laurel and engage. Okay, that looks really good. Actually, AvGeek, that is a sonic screwdriver. That's a sonic screwdriver. Okay, all this looks good. Let's go and do some more numbers so we can get out of here. Oh my gosh, 12 minutes to push and start. Can we make it? All right, here we go. Route, performance, our climb is 33,000 feet. 33,000 feet. Our cruise winds are 224 at 44. Our ISA deviation is 6 degrees. Our cost index is 6. Our reserves are 2.2. Our zero fuel weight should be 64.2. It's going to be 64.3. No, it says 54 kilos. 64.2. Oh, it's loading. We're still loading, so the zero fuel weight is changed. 64.2, 54 is what is current. So it is 64.3. And that said 54.0. 64.3. This must be taking a live number. That must be taking a live number from there. Imagine they named Laurel and Yanni. I'm sure they did something. All right, let's come on over here and do our performance numbers really fast. I'm going to clear that page. That page is clear. Clear this page. Let's do MSFS data. Dublin. It's dry. Flaps are going to be 5. Air conditioning is going to be on. Anti-ice is off. Rating is takeoff. And center of gravity, our takeoff weight, that's about right. Let's get the weather. Frankie had to look up what a sonic screwdriver was. The sonic screwdriver is something Doctor Who used. It was a gift from my sister a long time ago. Okay, all this looks good. So, takeoff and 53 degrees. Limits and 53 degrees. Takeoff, we know it's going to be flaps 5. Our center of gravity is 21.3. Our speeds for takeoff are going to be 133, 134, 133, 134. And V2 is 146. 146 up here. That's good. Our initial climb clearance is over in my notes, and our initial climb clearance was flight level 90. So flight level 90. A little too much. There we go. Let's see, runway heading for departure. We're not going to be able to get charts. Charts did not work for a second flight here. So over in Dublin, it's going to be 277. Okay, 277. And that is set too. Cool. All of this is good. Let's come on over and do performance. How's the loadout going? 7 minutes to load. Okay, 10 minutes to push. Yep, we're playing beat the clock on this one. When you go to a Sonic drive-through and get an adult beverage screwdriver, can you get one of those with your mozzarella sticks and a slushie? Okay, everything looks good so far. The altimeter for departure, 1008. That is set. So far, so good. You should be able to get that, especially if the people at Sonic are Doctor Who fans. Then again, maybe they're more Sonic the Hedgehog fans than Doctor Who fans. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. This is working out pretty good. Passengers are sure taking their time getting on board, but I think we could have bought ourselves an extra minute. I think they could have bought themselves an extra minute if I'd paid closer attention to the deboarding. I wonder if GSX will let us attach the cart. I wonder if they'll let us prepare for pushback and departure now.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Okay, make sure it doesn't close any of our doors. They fall on their rollerblades. A cherry limeade from Sonic would be good. I never had any of those from Sonic. Back when I would go to places like that, what I remember from Sonic was their milkshakes were really good. Fact is, they were some of the best around. Loading and be that's right. You wouldn't have to worry about those parts, would you? Somebody else should do those. Okay, altimeter, speeds, heading, altitude. Flight directors can go on. Flight directors are going on. I'm gonna go and get the APU on. APU generator is now on. And we've got 4 minutes to load. Let's come on over to doors. Everything looks good over there still. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Let's go to ground services, and I'm going to pull the ground power cart. I'm going to pull, well, we'll leave all the chocks on. We have people walking up the stairs, so we probably ought to leave the chocks in. Okay, all of that looks good. Navigraph did not play nicely, and it's still really cranky with me right now. So Navigraph is grumpy. Okay, nose left or nose right. I'm gonna guess it's nose to the left, tail to the right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, so ground crew is ready to push us out. One was right down the street from your high school, so you went to the Sonic all the time. There was one. They weren't around very much where I was. They weren't around much. Okay, waiting 3 minutes before passengers are loaded. The cabin crew is badgering the passengers to get them going. All right, let's go ahead, and I'm going to get the rest of our fuel pumps ready to go. 330, it already adjusted our pressurization altitudes for us, so that's good. Okay, let's listen in. We've got ground and tower. Okay, we may have to switch the direction. May have to switch it. Oh, and you know we also should do? We need to complete this flight in Dublin. Complete. Flight is complete. Now we're going to go and start at tracking our next flight. Continue. All right, ElevateX is done. Yeah, to be fair, the real world pilots wouldn't have to set up ElevateX either. Okay, we're good to go there. How about the load? 2 minutes to go. We have 3 minutes to be ready to push and start. My guess is they probably are done loading cargo before passengers are done. So can we close the cargo doors? Ooh, look at this. Cargo doors are closed.
I'm going good evening there, Aaron 218 with you.
I didn't close them. Cargo doors are closed. Oh, we closed the main door too. Did it retract the air stairs? I wonder if GSX did that. I wonder if GSX. Let's retract the air stairs.
218 taxi whiskey 1, cross runway 16, hotel 1 and stand 205 is all you.
Always cool to watch the air stairs retract in these airplanes. Arm doors and payload. It still says there's a minute of boarding time, but we're doing pretty good. So the doors are closed, seatbelts on, electric hydraulic pumps on. We've cleared all moorings, and I think we're ready to go here. I'm going to go and start squawking. Squawkage is occurring. And let's come on over to the ground tab. Okay, boarding is now officially done. Go to ground services. I'm going to remove chocks. Chocks are clear. And that's not so bad. I think we're ready for push and start.
Shamrock 2, 9 o'clock, ready to push. Function push and start approved, QNH 1008.
QNH 1008, Q9, start.
Dublin, hello from Ryanair 441 at stand 124, departure ATIS information. Bravo is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
441, push and start approved, face west, QNH 1008.
1008 on the altimeter, push and start approved, facing west for Ryanair 441. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push.
And stop the clock.
Engines clear. Start at will.
There we go. We beat it with 57 minutes. That was pretty good. We beat the clock with 57 seconds, I mean. 57 seconds. So we did the 30-minute turnaround. Now, Polyot, we're here, says, okay, you didn't follow the whole checklist. You didn't do the whole briefings or anything like that. So, but I think we got it done. I think we got this one done. So I'm going to call that a victory. Packs off. Ground start engine number 2. Not so bad. We beat the Ryanair 30-minute turnaround by 57 seconds. Oh, hang on. It's Mr. O'Leary. Hi, Mr. O'Leary. How's it going? Yeah, we beat the Ryanair push and turnaround. Oh, you want to hire me? Oh, okay. Sounds good. Thanks. Bye.
Please set parking brakes.
I think it's a little bit more than just beating the 30-minute turnaround before you're going to get a phone call like that. Okay, getting a good start on engine number 2. I think if you do the turnaround or something, there's like a special... No, there's a special jingle if you arrive on time or something that they play. Okay, so far so good.
Unlocking gear.
There goes engine number 2 starting. I guess that, I think that qualifies for being able to be, insufferable, unsportsmanlike celebration for a while. I don't want to rain on your parade, but I thought for the... Okay, so pick a 5-string. According to Polyot, the 25 minutes is for the 737 NGs. The MAXs get an extra 5 minutes for some reason, and I'm sure there is one. But that's why it's 30 minutes for a MAX, 25 minutes for the 737 NGs, I think. I may be misquoting Polyot on that. Hey, I used to be in the media, so misquoting people is our business, right? Starting engine number 2. Raft Plays says hydrate. Let's hydrate. Let's celebrate. Starting engine number 1. Just got booted off of VATSIM. Server errors today. I think maybe you're right. It's got to be the motoring time. Maybe that's why, especially after a turnaround, a fast turnaround or something like that, because the engine's going to be a lot warmer, right? And you're going to have to actually use the motoring to cool the engine a bit. So my guess is that maybe that's probably, you're right, that's might be the reason. All right, 2 good starts on our engines. Packs on first. Engine generators. Isolation valve. APU bleed off. And yaw damper on. Everything else is good here. APU off. It's going to be flaps 5. Flaps are 5. I'm going to get rid of the top menu. Auto brakes RTO. Dublin ground high again. Ryanair 441 pushed and started from stand 124. Let's see, information. Bravo was the last information we got. Requesting taxi.
441 taxi, link 5, Foxtrot outer, November, hold up, Neptune.
Ryanair 441, we are coming out on link 5. After link 5, it's outer. Foxtrot is outer. And then it was November, and we're holding at November 2 for Ryanair 441.
I got it's Neptune, it's like the planet.
Neptune like the planet. Ah, I see holding point Neptune. Got it for Ryanair 441.
Foxtrot, that's the runway, so just hold position.
Let's see. Kazan Racing, welcome aboard. Yeah, it could be that Mr. O'Leary turned off the Wi-Fi after I was doing my unsportsmanlike celebration about beating the 25-minute turnaround. Continuous restart. Taxi lights. I forgot my collision lights. Parking brakes ready to go. I don't know, O Dreams. What do you think? Is it the different names like this? Is it different names like we have here in Dublin that's a nightmare, or the double names, the double lettered taxiways like they have over in like they have over at
Hotel 1, hold short, runway 1.
Houston. I feel like it's those double taxiway names that scare me more. You can also use this as a ground chart. It's really nice. So link 5, Foxtrot outer to November and hold short of Neptune. Yeah, MG King, I get more confused in Houston with the double taxiway letters. You know, so November Whiskey, November X-Ray, November Zulu. And I understand a little bit about why they do it that way, but... RAF Plays says the food shops are usually closed. And there's Foxtrot outer.
Foxtrot, did you copy?
29 Foxtrot, sorry.
Foxtrot from EMS, Hotel 1, taxi, first left, Papa 1.
First left. Sorry, let me get a chart up real quick, because I'm kind of lost there.
Yeah, I should be using chart.
Okay, we're going to continue past Charlie. There's Charlie. And we're coming up here to November and hold short of Neptune.
And hold at Neptune, so Foxtrot outer, November, hold at Neptune.
So that's all the way down and then right, isn't it? And then it's down to 28, right?
Neptune, on foreign text.
Alright, Neptune, 29 o'clock, thank you.
Runner 7 to the Foxtrot, give way to the Aer Lingus HG20 from the right to left, then cross runway 16. Back to
Okay, VNAV, LNAV departure.
121.
Auto throttle is armed.
Give way to the Aer Lingus A320, passing from right to left, then cross runway 16 on 501, then link 5 to stand 121, Ryanair 720 Foxtrot.
Runner 441, contact tower 118.6, yeah.
118.60 now for Ryanair 441. Thanks for the clearance. Dublin Tower, hi there from Ryanair 441 on November. Approaching Neptune, fully ready.
Ryanair 441, Dublin Tower, good evening. Via November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait.
Via November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait for Ryanair 441.
Shamrock 177, welcome to Dublin. Taxi right.
Hello,
Sierra,
H Pilot.
contact
Thanks for
ground,
coming in. Irvy's back. Welcome back, Irvy. Irvy's been here for 305 streams. Wow, thank you for 305 streams. And we're going to go out onto a runway, get strobes going here. I think we're almost ready to go. Airport data traffic is good. Let's get TCAS going. TCAS is going. Throttle's up about halfway. See if it beeps at me. It didn't. H Pilot, I love having fun with the E-Jets, but yeah, I have issues with them all the time. I haven't flown one for a couple of months now because I was getting WASM crashes all the time.
Approaching 28 right.
Dublin Tower, good day. Shamrock 29 Foxtrot, holding Neptune. Shamrock 29 Foxtrot, Dublin Tower, good evening. Taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right. November 2, hold short runway 28 right. Foxtrot. Ryanair 441, surface winds 220 degrees, 9 knots, runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff. Have a good flight.
28 right, clear for takeoff for Ryanair 441. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend. Landing lights. Throttle's up halfway. Engines are stable. Auto thrust. And departure is 121.1.
Shamrock 29 Foxtrot, line up for the direction way.
Rotate.
Line up and wait, and to be right, Shamrock 29 Foxtrot.
Climb. Gear up. AP 121.1. Let's just make sure. He said have a good flight. So I think we contact right after takeoff, right? Switch to departure after 2,000 feet. Departure is after 2,000 feet, which is there. So departure. Airplane just took off on its own. Airplane just did its own thing. Dublin departure, hi there, Shamrock 441, passing 3,400 for 9.
Correction, Ryanair 441, Dublin, approach today, identified, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230 for Ryanair 441. Okay, the airplane...
Ryanair 441, direct end deck.
Direct to end deck for Ryanair 441. Something went wrong. It started taking off on its own. It was going the complete opposite way. I don't know what was going on there. Okay, direct to end deck. So we're flying manually. Don't know, Senor Tomas. It was really weird. Flaps up. Auto brakes off. All right, let's see if we can do heading select in VNAV and try it again. Autopilot, disengage bars off, command. Now we're just doing heading hold. There's heading hold. Climbing still pretty good. Looks like we're climbing at like warp factor 10 though. I think my speed got really out of control there. I don't know how that happened. Let's do direct to end deck here. So end deck, direct to again, and let's see if LNAV will work for us here. Standard. I think my speed, yeah, Elude, my speed really got out of control. I think the flight director is happy now, but something was amiss. Okay, 10,000 feet landing lights. Taxi light. Continuous restart. 10,000 foot cabin call. Looking good. Going to flight level 220 over to VNAV. I'm wondering if there wasn't some kinky waypoint in there that messed us up. Whew. Okay, well that was sure a surprise. And I don't know what caused the problem with the other thing.
Crossing 8,4090.
Shamrock 29 Foxtrot, Dublin, approach identified, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, 29 Foxtrot.
The one thing that didn't happen was I couldn't clear the Navigraph charts. Now the en route, that's working. Operational flight plan, that's correct, but terminal charts are still messed up. And I don't know how to clear these.
Ryanair 441 monitored advisory today.
Advisory now for Ryanair 441. Thank you. Good weekend.
Shamrock 29 Foxtrot monitored advisory today.
Some nice ATC out of Dublin. In and out of Dublin was nice. That's right. The minute the autopilot goes into freak out mode, yeah, turn off the autopilot. I mean, you know, otherwise it's going to go all HAL 9000 on us, and we don't need that. Okay, it's not letting me do anything here. And I don't see a way to clear the route. Okay, we re-imported it. So that's just not going to play nicely with us at all. Navigraph did not like the next flight. Final climb, flight level 330. Let's see, pick a 5-string says, like the MD-80 FCOM says, if the automation isn't doing what you want, start de-escalating the automation. Well, that's a very polite way to say, you know, hit the kill switch. Hit the autopilot disconnect switch as fast as you can. All right, out we go at end deck. And there we go. All right, let's see if there's any ATC awaiting us. We're just clearing Dublin. Not an awful lot, so it looks like it's just going to be us. But the main challenge has already been taken care of today, and that was, could we beat the 30-minute turnaround? And we did by a matter of seconds. But we still were able to do that. So, bragging rights. All sorts of great bragging rights on that. We probably ought to start thinking about doing stuff in Atlanta. We're going to go check out the latest update for the Atlanta scenery. So let's see what's happening over across the pond. No ATC around Atlanta at the moment. There's something around Charlotte. Looks like Miami's up. Irvie, so it's 30 minutes, according to Polyot, it's 30 minutes if you're doing a 737 MAX. It's 25 for the NGs. It looks like we've had our glitch for the mission. Uh-oh. Well, that means bad news. So not an awful lot. We've got a nice little airport for Pensacola. We fly in and out of every now and then. Flyer Studios says the weather in Atlanta is terribly fun. And let's see, you were able to get your email back and all. Way to go, Raft Place. I'm glad that that worked out for you. And now you get to do flying, right? Aloha, Polyot. Guess what? We beat the 30-minute turnaround by 57 seconds. Woohoo! Insufferable, unsportsmanlike celebration is occurring. And I had mentioned at the beginning of the live stream, we were talking about low-cost carriers. And by the way, Polyot wrote a very, very cool rundown on the low-cost carriers. I just put a link in. It is a deep dive on low-cost carriers, and I think it's really pretty cool. So, well worth it. I did not do the walk around and briefing flows, but what I did do is I did load the passenger, unload the passengers, load the passengers, you know, did ground crew kinds of things. So that's got to count for a little bit of the walk around and the briefing flows. We have to have VATSIM radar on when we do this. So if we decide to do, I manually programmed the FMC both times. Yeah. Manually. That's right, we did boxers, not briefs. All right, let's look and see what would I bet a Pensacola flight would be the E-Jet. I don't want to do the E-Jet. Pensacola to Atlanta. So it's Delta flights. Let's look at departures out of Pensacola. So you can go to Dallas, Washington, Dallas. Atlanta flies a 737-900. Southwest does 737s. Nope, that's Austin. Atlanta, so Delta, the only thing is it's a Delta 737-900. And you blow out of gate 4. I mentioned that because we bought a nice payware airport, and it's not, we don't use it very often. We did the boxing, the weather feature in VATSIM looks like it's crazy sales. For those who might be confused why 30 minutes, Ryanair does 25 minutes for the NGs, but 30 for the MAX. And that's because the MAX has more passengers. We thought it was because maybe when the airplane landed, the engines were still hot and it took longer to motor the engines to cool them down for your departure. But it's because the MAX has more passengers. They're max to the max. Irby says, Google says, I'm going to go with Polyot, Ryanair, yeah, because of passengers and its company SOP. They get very soppy about those things. Annie just arrived. Welcome, Annie. Welcome in. And Shameston, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, so like I said, maybe we'll depart out of Pensacola, go to the new Atlanta, and then go someplace else. That is KPNS. And I don't know where we'll go after that. Annie was doing, you were engrossed in livery. How's the livery creation business going for you? Is that going really well? I'm going to update the next command. I'm not sure what I'm going to fly for the next flight. This is a fun airplane, but we might do something else. I'm missing a little chat while I do stuff. Google is, Polyad says it's incorrect. It's because it's using AI. I don't know, folks. I'm no expert or anything like that, but a lot of experts that I'm hearing from are saying that's a bubble and it's not delivering what they're promising. It's not delivering what they're promising. Martin's wife, Lucifer. Oh, your cat is named Lucifer. And the Doberman Zorro are having ice cream tonight. Cookie dough, pets, dogs, cats, ice cream. What a great time. Pensacola weather is a little bit crazy. Okay. So Pensacola to Atlanta to something. We do have a nice payware airport for Pensacola. I've given up soda pop, otherwise I would probably have, you know, a Pepsi Cola or a Royal Crown Cola. That was funny, right? So the Doberman is Zorro, Lucifer is the cat. I don't know, if I had a really big dog, I'd probably have two of them and name them Zeus and Apollo from Magnum PI. Hi Tim Dog, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Tim Dog, we beat the 30-minute turnaround in the 737 MAX for Ryanair. I've actually got I've got the bell, the ringer on my phone turned on. I'm expecting a congratulatory call from Mr. O'Leary at any moment now. Probably a job offer too, because hey, we beat the turnaround by 35 seconds. Okay, KPNS, Pensacola. And the Pensacola scenery is a Dominic design that's actually kind of nice. All right, looking pretty good. We're all set for the next flight.
New recruits detected.
Poncho
Welcome
just
aboard,
hit follow on the
Station.
live stream. Thanks, Poncho. Welcome aboard. No, I still think you have to get FS to crew and do it properly. I refuse to validate the results until you do it to the letter. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, I've got the SOPs, so I've got to do that. MG wants a golden retriever. So I have to do an FS to crew thing, really? Wow. Man. I didn't do the walk around. I didn't brief it or anything like that. Actually, pick a 5-string, the crews do it to the letter. Okay, nice cruise here. What do we got? We are 207 miles from Stanstead. Gonna have 3.3 tons. So let's see. Airplanes that we could take. We could do a CRJ. We could do an Airbus. We could take a 737 MAX. Even then, I think you should do the 25-minute in the NG, and then I win a cookie. No, if I were to actually win that one, I would expect an all-expense-paid trip to go slide down the slide at company headquarters. I get to slide down the slide in the lobby, which, you know, we both know is not, you know, I'm never going to be able to do that. Flying into Atlanta would be a good CRJ hop. Technically to the letter with liberal amounts of aviation theater. Aviation theater? Do they give out awards? All right, let's do performance, landing, clear it, and read the data. Conditions, it's dry in Stanstead. Flaps are going to be 30. Aircraft AC is on. Anti-ice is off. Brakes are 2. Reversers operational. No non-normals. Get the weather. Let's also do a real weather check. Okay, what do we got? Altimeter is 1014 in Stanstead. 1014. Okay. And calculate. VREF for flaps 30 plus 5 knots is 152 knots. Cool. Let's see, we need to come down here. And we have to use this so that we can clear, clear, clear. And we're done with that. Okay, so the Listo arrival puts us out at 7,000 feet at Laurel. 7,000 feet at Laurel. There is, pick a 5-string. There's something interesting that you might want to read over. about low-cost carriers and why it's probably not 100% fair to, you know, say that, you know, they're cutting stuff. I'm going to put that into chat for you. And that was not what I meant to put into chat. Hang on. And this is actually written by an expert. So it's in chat for you right now. There you go. Wayun, my E-Jets have not worked for quite a while. I can't even get. Tim Dog's been here for 240 consecutive streams. Thanks for being here, Tim Dog. Y'all recovered from Expo? Okay, so that's probably worth your time to read. Pick a 5-string. I've read it like 3 times now because it's a deep dive into a lot of preconceived notions about low-cost carriers. Speed for landing is 152 knots. All right, that's going to be our speed to land. Looks good. Minimums, we got to do minimums over here.
Manchester traffic 1333 Foxtrot lining up to the stage right for takeoff.
548 feet to land. Okay, all of this looks good. There's our turn there. Speeds are set for landing, so that looks really good. Cool. Sun's just coming down. It's going to be a nice sunset arrival. Tim Dog is getting packed again. Oh, you've got camp next week. Really? It is a church youth camp, and that's next week. My guess is you're probably, the things that you're packing for camp are significantly different than the things that you packed for Expo, right? Tim Dog, when you were there, did you get a chance to pick up the overhead panel? I've heard all sorts of stuff. I've heard 15 pounds, 20 pounds, and 30 pounds for the weight of that overhead panel. You got an idea on that, on what you think? Annie noticed some tutorials on descent. Adjust your altitude to go around altitude. I believe so. I believe that's exactly what you do. You adjust the altitude to your go around altitude. You touched it, but you didn't pick it up. What do you think? Wayun, a lot of people, I think, have been having problems with the E-Jet lately. I know I have. Okay, the ILS is 110.5. Make that active. The inbound course is 222. There we go. That looks good. And we just get to sit and chill a bit. How about a straw poll? A straw poll for the next airplane. All right. A poll. Hi, Mikey. Good to see you. Yeah, the chilling part is actually kind of nice. You know, with so much chaos in the world and everything else, I really like the chilling part of flying. It's actually peaceful. Okay, there are links in chat for a straw poll. You can decide. Should we stick with 737 MAX to fly Pensacola to Atlanta, the A319, the A306, or the CRJ? You can decide. Once you're established on the glide slope, you're then supposed to set your go-around altitude. With modern VNAV, there's no need to set each constraint. You set the lowest cleared altitude and let the airplane meet the constraints for you. However, it is not a bad idea to monitor it in case your autopilot goes freakazoid. Because, you know, freakazoid. And looking pretty good there. And let's see what we've got for traffic coming into Stanstead. EGSS, Stanstead, arrivals. There is a BMA flight. It's landing at about 21:05. We are expected to land at 21:11. There is a 21:31 Zulu after that. So there's a lot of people. There's 5 arrivals. We're not going to get in anybody else's way. So we're good to go there. That's really nice. And we'll leave this over for our next flight. How's the poll doing? Okay, let's see. What do we got? We've got 4 votes for a cargo plane for the A306, 3 votes for an A319. Nobody's interested in the MAX, and nobody's interested in the CRJ. Oh, 1 vote for the CRJ. So just a few votes separate all that. Polyot says it would probably be more defined by company SOP. Because you know what? When it comes to standard operating procedure, we love to get soppy about SOPs. That was kind of good, right? And range. And seatbelts. Pauliette says go for the lazy option and we'll just do what Tim does. Got it. That's the way to go then. Seatbelts are on. Okay, what's it looking like here? A319 has taken a lead, followed by the A306 and the CRJ. It looks like we're done maxing for today. Annie flies for Trans Crevice Air now, and you're my own boss and you make your own SOPs. I don't know, sometimes I do have to go and sop things up off the kitchen sink. Okay, 30-second countdown. At the lower part of the screen, I am not paid enough to monitor my aircraft that much during descent. Just make sure you're using VNAV or managed descent. If you do level change or open descent, it will not meet the constraints. And 10 seconds. Looks like it's an A319 flight. RAF, you have to go and find some other airplanes to play for free. So RAF, did things not get set up the way you wanted to? Okay, A319 for our next flight. A319 from Pensacola to Atlanta. I should have one with CFM engines. Let's make sure I have that. They're gonna email you in 24 to 7. Okay, yeah, all right. That makes sense. There, RAF plays. Sorry, you don't get that taken care of sooner rather than later. But you know, at least you're on the pathway to getting it done. In plain English, for an Airbus, push equals managed, pull equals open. Or if, you know, you watch that. Okay, let's see. Do we have a Delta A319? 319 and Delta. I do have one. It has got CFM engines for Flight Sim 2024, and it has wingtip fences. Excellent. We have the proper airplane. Amargosa, we are close. Hi, Black Dog. Welcome. I was trying to remember. So you were talking about pushing and pulling, and I was trying to remember the name of the movie where they have the push me pull you, which is, I believe, a llama with two heads. It's not llamas with hats. It was like a kid's movie for a long time, but I don't remember that movie. I remember the push me pull you, but I don't remember the movie. I really have to applaud Phoenix for a full pay kit that lets you even paint the cabin. I think it's really neat. RAF says that I think it does have a little flight simulator in there, RAF. Dr. Doolittle, how come I couldn't remember that? Man, Melinda, thank you for reminding me there was Dr. Doolittle that has the push me pull you. I don't know about a mini VATSIM or anything like that RAF plays. Everything else is going pretty good on our flight. You forgot that well, there's been a lot of movies, and I think that there are movies that have definitely, you know, shoved that movie further and further into the background. RND is back in chat. Welcome in and happy Thursday. You now have to make your cabin crew matching uniforms. I don't know. How about beach shirts? We're going to need Airbus controls for this. That's good. You could do bikinis as well too. I don't know about that though. Airplanes, I don't know what it's like for you. I'm always chilly on an airplane. So I don't think I would like to wear skimpy swimwear on an airplane. I mean, you know, unless the paycheck's like really, really good. There would also be a no clothing policy. Well, I mean, I don't think Annie's running Bear Air or anything like that. You'd be turning the heat up to encourage. Okay. And we need to go and do another check and make sure that some other ATC hasn't popped up or anything like that. Nope, just us. So everything's good. The goal is to be sure and land at Stanstead and not Luton, which happened to me once. There is a gay club in London where certain nights of the week have either underwear only or no clothing policy. There are also clothing only nights and nights where it's free for you to choose. Well, aside from, you know, my 7-year-old sense of humor, you know, coming up with some, you know, stripped down jokes or something like that. Knudden, you know what? Yeah, the conversations on Twitch are entertaining today. I think everybody is really happy that it's the weekend. Bad news, they responded they will permanently suspend the account, so I'm not going to get the game back. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, RAF Plays. That's right, the jokes are the bare essentials. There's got to be a way to appeal that says, look, what can you do? I spent all this money on this. Okay, all of this looks good. Our descent is going very nicely too. Now, I really don't know how well this is going to work as far as this loopty. Somebody stole RAF Play's email associated with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, I think it's time to do a deceleration. For the record, Polyot has been to the club on fully clothed nights. Need to turn the lights down a little bit. It starts to get a little bit bright. Well, I mean, you got to be practical about these things, Polyot. On the non-clothed nights, what are you going to do? You don't have any pockets to put your phone in. I mean, seriously. Ontario Bear has been here for 5 streams. O'Dream said, yeah, closed circuit TVs probably got to be on because, you know, national security and stuff. Now we know why Palantir's in that in the nationals in the camera business. Can you imagine what's going to happen when AI gets a hold of those cameras? Lights are coming on in the UK right now. All right, let's go to the 20-mile scan on the map. 20 miles on the map. Or they're not watering down the adult beverages and stuff too. Okay, got these tight turns coming up. So let's go ahead and bring it to 180. I can't imagine that they do this little loop-de-loop here on the arrival. Nope, can't look at it there. But this little loop-de's a bit interesting. Flaps 5. I would imagine so. Auto brakes 2. Speed brakes are armed. Beethoven, welcome aboard. We are maxing out tonight. Why don't I use the VSD? Mostly because I descend via stars mostly. I really don't do any of that. Yeah, anybody that's getting a description of somebody in that bar, that would be very entertaining. The only harder part is when it does finally proceed to trial and things have to be read into the record. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to read that report into the record. Seriously, I would be in so much trouble because I would be making silly little snickering comments all the time. FPS is not so bad. The only thing that is not working well for me in this arrival right now is the only thing that isn't working is Navigraph and the EFB, but that's because I'm doing a second flight and they may not be ready for that sort of thing yet. I don't know. That's right, if they have to prove or disprove based on a description. Okay, landing lights. That looks good. 10,000 foot cam and call. That looks good too. Then again, it could be that in a situation like that, it would just cause so much chaos in the court that the judge would bang the gavel and say, you know what, we're just not going to dick with that part of the case. Sorry, couldn't resist. Sense of humor of a 7-year-old. That's right, no gavels. See, I watched too much Boston Legal. I watched Alan Shore get too many gavel whacks. We ought to do logo lights. Now what we could do is we could blow off the loop-D. Let's blow off the loop-D here. We're joking around a lot, but it's weird things like this that sometimes makes Polyot miss criminal law. Stanstead traffic. Hi there from Ryanair 441 over the Bravo Kilo Yankee VOR and an extended downwind for runway 22. We have the other traffic in sight. Number 2 for the runway at Stanstead. It's the Barkway, BK Way, it's the Barkway VOR. I don't know, some of these VORs are going to the dogs. Get it? Barkway, dogs. Or does it have to do with all the bark on the trees? I have to go to the pound now. We're branching out with our jokes. We're barking up the wrong trees with those ideas. The comedy club is wide open tonight. far too much riffraff going on this flight. I know. It's time for some serious sterile cockpit and all, right? It's time for serious sterile cockpit. Okay, there's that other airplane that just landed. And it looks like we're number 2 and we're doing pretty good. Kuya cars, I totally messed that up. Welcome aboard. Intergalactic gentlemen, yeah, they're pretty sappy tonight. Although we had some real bare bones jokes earlier today. So far, so good.
Stanstead traffic, Midway Pulse 62,
We will leave the jokes behind and move on to serious aviation stuff. Next flight for us is Pensacola to Atlanta. Gonna go and get in an Airbus. Been a while since we've had Airbuses. Well, I don't know. Some of the jokes probably didn't land at all. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. Oh yeah, all sorts of stuff. Well, you can set up all your you can set your monitors up however you want. You could have a huge map display, navigation display, and you could put the engines over here. Like, you know, I usually have it set up that way I can get more into this view, and so that's why I do that. Pick a 5-string moves the engine stuff to the first officer panel. That's probably the way to go and do that. Flying Rockfin, welcome aboard, Flying Rockfin. Yep, we are going to do a posture check now because it's almost time to fly the airplane. Let's go ahead and arm the approach. This was really the first time that I've had the 737 MAX on a double flight, you know, with continuing service. So this is actually pretty cool. The only thing that didn't work were the Navigraph charts. Stabilizer motion, it is a sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who. And speed for landing is going to be 152 knots. Stanstead traffic, hello again from Ryanair 441. Turning finals and setting up to land on runway 22, Stanstead. Unless we're going to Luton. You've always got to have a really, really nice sonic screwdriver on your desk. Taxi lights are on, continuous restart, cabin secure. I got the airport, I got the runway. We are lining up nicely on the localizer. Bring the heading bug straight up. Flyer Studios has to contact your lawyer, Hound, Wolf, and Chase, Fido Bona Esquire, to help compensate a no pro bono flight. If only they charged as kibbles and bits. Once again, the speed's 152. 152. Roll out the flaps. Flaps 30. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Posture check. We're stabilized in the descent. We are exiting to the left. Don't know how well that map is going to work. Okay, we're stabilized. Gear down 3 green. Auto brake, speed brakes. Autopilot going off. Silence the alarm. Captain's got the airplane. No need to reach for your parachute. Happy midsummer, Flying Rock fan.
Approaching 2-2.
That's right, predictions work now. Exclamation point, predict, space, and a number. If you can get it in before we land, I think it counts.
400. 300. Approaching minimums. 200 minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Reverse. Green. It was a little bouncy. Minus 354, holy moly. That was a pretty heavy landing. It was a little bit bouncy. A lot more bouncy than I would have liked. Stanstead traffic, hello again. Ryanair 441 is clear of runway 22. We're going to taxi to parking, stay out of everybody's way. See you at the pub. Stanstead.
Bye-bye.
All right. APU goes on. Taxi lights, everything else is off. We've got our flaps up, our speed brakes are down. We'll stow the autopilot, disengage bar. Flight directors can go off, although the pilots probably aren't going to do that till they get to the gate. It's all about concentrate on the taxi, watching out for other airplanes, you know, keep watching out for sheep on the runway. because we're in the UK and the sheep are everywhere. Again, Stanstead is one of those nice payware airports that we all have, but if you've got any elevation errors, be sure to go into your library in the marketplace. So marketplace, library, search for Stanstead and make sure that you remove any duplicates. I ended up doing that and it solved the problem very, very quickly. Taxiing at about 19 knots right now. Anything more than 20 would be considered naughty. Oh, there's 20 knots. Oh, 21. See? The sheriff of Nottingham is going to come get me for speeding. I don't know. I thought the Nottingham joke was actually pretty good. Inbound Atlanta, and the weather is gross. It's the kind of weather that sim pilots love, right? RAF, you're going to see if they'll link it to you. Do you have a secondary email address that they could use? I think that would be wonderful if they could. Actually, that's something I might be doing, is I need to maybe think about changing some email addresses in my world. The 1,200-year-old Robin Hood oak tree known as the Major Oak was confirmed to have died today. Really? No, I figured they would have done everything they possibly could to keep that tree alive. And this should be Charlie. And we'll go back to the gate that we came from. Okay, we're going to go to 50 left. There's gate 50 left. You see the train go by? They've got a train that's over on the air side here that's pretty cool. Those seem so small. Landing lights off. Gotta use binoculars to see. All right, we need to go this way a little bit. That looks pretty good. parking brakes on. And I found on this one that it's really a good idea to hold your brakes just a little bit. Transponder can go off. All fuel pumps except one can go off. And we're done with the heaters on the windshield. We're done with the navigation stuff. We're done with the electric hydraulic pumps. We do have an APU, so let's pop that in so we can keep the airplane comfy while the passengers depart. Let's see, seat belts can go off. Anti-collision lights can go off. And come over here, go to airport, air stairs, and disarm the doors. Open up cargo. And a little out of order, but we'll also do ground services, put chocks in place. No jetway, but we would like some ground power. Let's pop that in. APU is just going to be used for our left forward entry opening. And we made it. A really nice Ryanair flight. 2 flights here, which were really good. And we beat the 30-minute Ryanair spin around. And we did that really good too. So, way to go. And let's see. RAF, your email was your dad's. Wolfie's here. Hello there, Wolfie. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Oh, there's the train going by again. But we made it, and not a bad flight. So we beat the 30 minutes by 57 seconds. I'll call that a major success. Hey, Athens controller, welcome aboard. I don't even think that $50 worth of flying lessons is going to help me. But thanks for coming in today. Let's get ready for an Airbus flight. And we're doing Pensacola to Atlanta, where there's very stormy weather. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in today. Up on the 110-inch screen. Oh, that's scary. I'd be afraid of damaging your really nice screen there. All right, let's see here. We are done with Moby Flight, so we're going to turn off Moby Flight. We're going to disconnect the autopilot here. We need to go to the desk camera because we need to get rid of the autopilot. So we're going to go ahead and disconnect that. And we need Airbus stuff. And here is Airbus stuff. So set that right there. And we need to plug this into the right plug, the right side. And we now have Airbus stuff ready to go. Let's turn on SimApp Pro. Let's see, you're going to secure your stream. Oh, I absolutely do that. We'll get an update later. Autopilot. McDo. There we go. All of that looks good, and I'll get the update later. It's probably for some of the other things there. Spy booth for selling books. I don't know if I want to do something like that. I'd much rather hang out with the cool people and have fun. But it's nice of you to suggest. Now we need someone who knows how to fly the thing. Hey, was there a chase plane update? I don't know about a chase plane update. No. No, R&D is doing an update with chase plane. All right, that was a really nice flight. We need to do more 30-minute turnarounds here. All right, so let's see here. We can figure out what's happening with the real-world runways by looking at Digital Latest for Atlanta. KATL arrivals. Let's see. 26 right, 27 left. 26 right, 27 left. Okay. There was a GSX update. Yes, we got that one. Now, Pensacola, I don't think Pensacola has digital ATIS. KPNS. Nope. So then the way to figure out what's going on in Pensacola is maybe to go to Flight Radar 24. KPNS, Pensacola, and show it on the map. And let's see what the airplanes are doing around Pensacola. Looks like they're landing and departing to the south. So probably landing and departing runway 17 is my guess. 17? Okay. Let's come over here to the Atlanta tab again. We're coming up from the south. So my guess is we're going to come in on 27 left. So let's plan for 27 left. All right, that looks good. Wolfie says scenery change. Good eye. Thank you, Wolfie. I forgot. Thank you for being there. Yeah, you're too busy looking at the desk cam. That was ridiculous. Thank you. Okay, Pensacola. Looking good. Let's go and start up. Put the controllers in Airbus mode. And let's start the sim. The flight deck needs a duster. No, it's not that. It's really not that bad. I usually run. So let's see. Big cam. I usually run these kinds of duster things over the equipment and also the keyboard and the table. So I'm getting pretty good at keeping it nice and clean. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. Raf Plays is still having a hard time logging in. The round of treatment ends tomorrow, so naturally I booked myself a getaway for next month to coincide with my birthday. Oh, really? It ends tomorrow? And they've said that very potentially this is the last round of cancer treatment, so no kidding. That's great news. I think you should. I think that's dealing with cancer treatment is very hard. And if you have beat it, you really, really need to, you really do need to take enjoy, you need to celebrate it. Absolutely. You're going to Mystique. Did I even say that right? Probably not. Delta. Okay, departure runway is 17. Arrival. Okay, that's good too.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
KGs.
Stay sharp.
And 15. I did say it right. Holy moly. And SimGIK, thank you for following the channel. Welcome aboard. I don't think we can wear a Boeing hat on the next flight. Somebody would be upset. Shrek Gaming, yeah, afraid that they hacked. I think it's great that you booked yourself a getaway for your month, for your next month, for your birthday, and just to celebrate, you know, completing another round and hopefully the last round. Okay, let's generate this flight. Okay, we got that done. I should put that link in. We're a baby bus. And I should probably also change the title on Twitch. And that looks good. Okay, we got all of that done. And I think I also did the flight plan, right? All right, all of that's done. Let's come over here. We're done over there. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Flight level 370. Pre-filed, done. It's official. So 370. And the flight plan is going to be fairly nice. No SID usually going out of Pensacola. All right, over here. So flight level 370 will get our next climb clearance. We're going to need a new squawk code. We're going to need to move that out of the way too. Let's take the Pensacola and just cover up our Ryanair spin around, which by the way, we beat by 57 seconds. Let the unsportsmanlike celebration continue. Let's see. Oh, so you get to be a pilot of the Caribbean. Or pirate of the Caribbean. Arg, matey. This is the island that you're going to. Oh, do you get to... So is that going to be a flight over to something like Juliana? And then a puddle jumper down there? Do they have an airport? Later history, new ownership, amenities, residents, and guests. Look at that. They've got to run. There is an airport. The airport began operation in 1969. So they've got an airport. Well, that must mean that spies should probably do a flight in there, right? You would fly to Barbados and then they pick you up by a boat. As long as it's not the SS Poseidon with Leslie Nielsen up on the bridge, I think you're probably safe. I would also watch out for kids in the bow of the boat singing near, far, wherever you are. And if you don't have those problems, I think the boat ride's going to be great. Watch out for sharks. Okay, so far so good. We activated Pensacola, right? We did. Let's go get our baby bus. Too bad Silver Airlines isn't going. You would enjoy that. The Silver Airlines flight. Okay, we're going to need a baby bus with CFM engines and wingtip fences. And let's see if we have a Delta livery in there. Morgsco has been with us for 3 streams. Welcome in. Thank you for being here for 3 streams. You have to force your way through the automation. Livery. Okay, Air Berlin, Air Canada, Avianca, Brussels, Delta. There we go. And save and go back. All right, so KPNS Pensacola. Make sure nobody's at the gate. Nobody's at the gate. The Mystique Airport has its own Wikipedia page. So let's see, it's TVSNM. Okay. Let's see, it's a private airport. STOL. Expansion, facilities, airlines. Mystique, oh wow, they've got their own airline. It's called Mystique Airlines. What does Mystique Airways have? Fleet size. They have Aero Commanders and the BN2 Islander. So they've got the BN2 Islander. You can pick up that airline. You can pick it up at St. Bart's, St. Martin. So you could do an Islander or an probably an Islander is what you would get. It's a private island, so because it's a private island, so chances are that means that spies are probably welcome there all the time. All right, last check. Nobody's here. How about parking 5? They actually did a really cool job. And, oh, look at that. It's raining cats and dogs here. They did a really nice, gray stone work around the building. And usually when it comes to the Phoenix airplanes, I'll just kind of sit here and wait until it connects ground power for me. And the airplane's going to bounce a few times, but I just kind of wait until it's done with the connect the power and the bouncing. Then it's usually ready to go. Hi Rob Film, welcome back. We are at DAL Flight 441, and this is an A319. We should probably also complete our last flight on Elevate X and start tracking our new flight. Okay, we got Elevate X going. And look over here, make sure no ATC's popped online. Okay, it's just us. So the first thing we ought to do, Auto ATC gave us a squawk code 7660. Okay, let's also come over here and do CTAF space KPNS Pensacola. Blue Rat is over at stand 1. Hi, Blue Rat. Just getting ready to go. CTAF here in Pensacola is 119.9. And CTAF for Atlanta is 119.1. All right, I think everything's pretty much ready to go. There is, that's got to be a Blue Rat over there. There is a freeware spy flight beer run goes on vacation. Oh, there's a freeware airport? So we ought to, you're saying we should do the beer run? Oh, we ought to do this as a beer run. Download it. We ought to get this for sure. So let's see, there is Mystique Airlines, and they fly Islanders. And we're going to go put this over in Microsoft Flight Simulator downloads. Excellent. Good day, AZ. Welcome aboard. So, yeah, we ought to plan on doing this. Now, you said you're going to do this next month, right? So, should we do it before you leave, or should we do it like now? AZ had some good reading on your bus. You got something good to read on your bus ride. Were you reading Polyot's thing that the link I put up about low-cost airlines, or are you reading spy stories? Sunjammer is going to call it a night. Good night to you, Sunjammer. As always, thank you for coming in. I hope it's a great night. I figured I would get some. I figured I would get some sort of a look from you or something when I did the Sheriff of Nottingham about knots and speed. Okay, we got the autopilot lined up. There is a company that owns an island, Mystique Island Travel. And they also have their airline. So this is their travel too. Let's see. They have their own airline, Air Adelphi, with a fleet of 18-seater Twin Otters. Oh my gosh. What do you want to take a boat when you can do a Twin Otter flight, right? Regularly scheduled flights. From St. Lucia, Barbados, Martinique, and St. Vincent. Twin Otters. Man, that looks like Flight Simulator, doesn't it? Looks like Flight Simulator. Tips for arriving by boat. If you would prefer to travel by boat, we can arrange a private boat charter from St. Vincent or any of the other Grenadine Islands. Please get in touch with our travel team. Well, whatever floats your boat. Because I want to relax on a boat with an adult beverage. Got it. Okay. Let's see. Do we have our new airport all set? Yeah, we've got our... Dude, I've got that one. I'm just going to go and extract it over to the community folder right now. That way I won't forget. Okay. MSFS 2024. Nope, that's Orbiter. Community. Okay, so that's good. TVSM. Yes, it is. It is definitely different. I understand wanting to relax on a boat. I actually went out to the sailboat the other day. We've had some very strong winds, and I needed to go out and make sure that
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
make sure
Stay
that
sharp.
the what is it? Mast hadn't been blown around or the door hadn't been blown off the cabin. Because you never know about those sorts of things. Okay. Shady BF Veteran. Did I say that right? Welcome, welcome. The aviation one should come out tomorrow. You got held up doing boring work things. No, not a flying boat. Nope. The door's getting a little bit soggy, so I'm going to have to go and do some work there, but everything else is just fine. All right, let's go to Phoenix. Import. I'm trying to remember. Okay, how do we do this? I've been doing them. Ground. Can't remember where everything is. Jetway. Preconditioned air. Let's see. Shady BF Veteran. You're thinking about getting Microsoft Flight Simulator on your PC. So it is, first of all, you're going to see me jumping down a lot of silly rabbit holes that a lot of people say, wait, what are you doing with all this? You know, we're flying on an air traffic control network for simulators, pilots, and you can really take a deep dive into some of these airplanes. Right now we're flying the Phoenix A319. The Phoenix airplanes are probably some of the best airplanes that you can get for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They are very, very detailed. And you can get charts, you're flying with other pilots, and you really can, you know, do, like I said, a rather deep dive. Oh, it didn't get my jetway. There it goes. There's the jetway. So you're seeing a lot of complex stuff from me. That being said, you don't have to jump through all these rabbit holes. You can hop in the sim in your hometown airport, take off in a Cessna and fly around town, fly over your house, look down, and because this is all satellite, photography scenery, you'll probably look down and say, I can see my house from here. So it can be as simple as you want or as complex as you want. We have incredibly good airplanes, lots of great airplanes. So like that, like I said, this the iPad that you see here, these are the electronic flight bags. They're getting very, very, very good. So there is our flight plan, which, by the way, looks just like a real flight plan. Our charts are real charts. They're a little outdated, but our charts are real charts that the real pilots would use. So right now we're in Pensacola, and we need a ground chart, and we're not doing any kinds of departures, so we don't need a departure chart. We're coming into Atlanta where the weather is really, really sucky. That's right, Katie Pilot's all-in-one electronic flight bags coming out sometime. We think maybe before the holidays, before Christmas maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, airplane charts. What do we have for the airport? I need a ground ramp. We're expecting the Hobbit 3 arrival. So the Hobbit 3 is our arrival. Let's make sure we got Hobbit 3. And there's the Hobbit 3 arrival, and we're expecting 27 left. We do an awful lot of stuff that the real pilots will do, but not nearly all the others. Wolfie, so Katie Pilot is making a super EFB A really good quality one. I need the ILS 27 left. That's an RNAV. ILS or localizer. 27 left. Okay, all that's good. So we got everything we need. Charts are great. Let's see. So let's turn power on the airplane. Shady, here we are in an Airbus. It is a Delta A319. And all the things that you would do in an Airbus goes pretty good. So let me show you how you turn the power on an Airbus. And you start with the battery. There's the battery buttons. Battery 1. Battery 2. External power. Sounds for a lot of these airplanes were recorded on real airplanes. Okay, we need to turn on the nav lights. Those are the lights on the wingtips and the tail. Let's everybody on the ground know that there's some idiot up front punching buttons. We're going to go ahead and turn on no smoking, arm the emergency exit lights, and turn up the overhead integrated lighting to full so that we can see everything on the panel here. And by the way, Shady, if I haven't already spent enough of your money right now, you're seeing here, this is a full-size replica of an autopilot that's sitting on my desk. I've also got a full-size replica of this control console here, the flight management computer. And the people that made that have just made an overhead panel. I mean, the whole thing. It's from a company called Wind Control. So just letting you know, they've got that going on too. I haven't heard when they are going to start to ship for us Americans. I do know that Polyot has been able to order one from the international store, and Polyot already has the RMP at Polyot HQ. Okay, so let's get started with the flight plan. We start with the captain's side. Flight management guidance. It says GPS primary is lost. And by the way, we're also getting real world data in here too. It's going to be $350 US or something like that. All right, so we go to init on this one and init request. That's going to get our initial flight plan. By the way, we're doing a lot of procedures just like the real Airbus pilots. There we go. Pensacola to Atlanta. So we're going to clear that one. And now what we need to do is come over to this side. Tim Dog says the U.S. store is estimating about 45 plus days. All right, so ATSU, Air Traffic Services Unit, Airline Operations Control, Flight Init, and now we're going to do a second initialization over here. That looks good. All of our data is in there. And I'm going to just put this on receive messages. So that looks really good. Come on down here. So I usually stop from the top, go down to the bottom. So our flight number today, it's DAL, Delta Airlines, flight 441. That goes in the top. Next is going to be the wind page, and we're going to request all of our upper level winds. Good night. Good luck, RAF. I'm sorry you're having so much trouble. Good luck with all that. And there's our wind data. Now we're going to go and start the navigation stuff going. And so here's the ADIR system. So it's going to be nav 1, nav 2, and nav 3. While all of this is coming up, we're going to go and do crew supply of oxygen. And that's good to go there. Our flight plan is also available here in the EFB, electronic flight bag. So our cost index for our flight to Atlanta is going to be 6. So 6 for the cost index. Our cruise altitude is going to be 37,000 feet. I don't think we're going to make it 37,000 feet. It's pretty stormy. Okay, that looks really good. And now we're going to do an page B. And it's also time to get the APU going so we can get some AC going in the airplane. We're in Pensacola, Florida. It's raining cats and dogs. Probably not very cool out. And so, you know, a tube jetliner like this, it means it's going to probably start getting kind of stuffy in this thing. So we need to get the AC. So in the back of the airplane, that is the APU. Stay back here long enough, you'll hear the APU starting up. Right now what I've done is open up the door. Here comes the APU. Yes, that's a heat plume in the back of the APU. All right, we got an APU up and running, and we're waiting for it to say that it's ready and available. So it just says start and on. We'll wait till this changes to available. There it is. So now we're going to come up here to the APU bleed, pop that on, and I'm going to drop the temperature in the back of the cabin just a little bit more because there's more people back there. Come on over here, and let's go back to the Phoenix app. Mass and balance. We're expecting 91 passengers. Let's load the airplane. We're going to take 5 minutes to load. You can do real time if you want. We don't need to do real time. Trippy has been here for 110 consecutive streams. Thank you for being here for 110 streams. That's a lot of streams. Thanks, Trippy. Our load sheet is aboard. By the way, this is what a real load sheet's going to look like coming on into the airplane. Our zero fuel weight. This airplane is a Delta, so that means this is in kilos. The airplane's in kilos, but some of these airplanes are going to be in pounds too. The flight plan's in kilos, so all of our numbers should be correct. Okay, so our zero fuel weight should be 50.55. 50.5 slash. Our preliminary center of gravity with 91 passengers is 30.0, but there might be more passengers, so we're going to get a final after they're all, you know, in their seats. So 30.0 goes over here, 30.0, and that goes in the top line. Cool. Come back over here and go to that flight plan. Now we have to do the fuel budget, just like the real pilots are going to do, okay? So the first thing that we care about is our taxi fuel. Taxi fuel is what we plan for.
Confirmed. Top clearance
Will did a resub. Hey, thank you for the resub, Will. Thank you for a 38-month resub. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks, Will. Shady is now saying, all right. Yeah, you can jump down a lot of real-world rabbit holes here. Okay, taxi fuel is 150.150, all in kilos. Route reserve. This is 15 minutes of, oh my God, we're going to die. What else do we do? It's going to be 0.683. 0.683 is our route reserve. Our alternate airport is Birmingham, and that's going to be 1.27. 1.27 is our alternate. And final reserve, which is 30 minutes. These are all the things the real planes are going to carry for 30 minutes of fuel is 0.977. 0.977 is our final reserve. Come into the flight management computer after you put in the fuel budget. Hit the fuel planning button. If it turns green, then that means you're good. If it turns red, then chances are you're in big trouble. And Jar Jar is going to come running into the cockpit and going to say, we're going to die. So there you go. Let's do the flight plan. Nope. Let's do flight plan. There we go. Pensacola. We are departing. Nope. We are departure runway. Is going to be runway 17. There is no SID going out and inserted into the flight plan. Coming into Hotlanta. Our arrival today is going to be ILS runway 27 left. ILS 27 left. We are going to be doing the Hobbit arrival, so Hobbit 3. We're coming in via Enid. Yep, there's that transition, and our via is, I don't think there will be one. We're probably going to come straight in and insert that into the flight plan. Flight plan's done. Pilots are a little bit more involved in it than I am. Okay, so all this looks good, and the plane's loaded. Let's see, VATSIM did give us a squawk code. And our squawk code for today's flight is 7660. So clear, 7660. And that looks pretty good. We do know that we are going to be on CTAF, which is 119.9 for us here in Pensacola. And that's going to be us announcing our intentions to other traffic. And then it's going to be 122.8. That looks really good. Let's accept the preliminary load sheet. And by now the final load sheet is here, and let's see if there's any changes. 50.6. So we have to go back to the initialization page, page 1. Oh, probably another passenger popped aboard. So 50.6 in the bottom. These airplanes are so small that another passenger or two is not going to change your center of gravity, and so that stayed the same. So 30.0. So that goes in the top. We should be all fueled, and our fuel is 5.74. The plane says we need 4.4. So I'm going to put the exact fuel in the tanks, 5.74, and that goes in block fuel. Looks good. Nav accuracy is upgraded. We're done aligning. Let's close the doors. It's flying time. So Phoenix app, ground services, doors are already closed. APU is off and running. We've got the bleed on. External power can disconnect. Let's turn on the rest of our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are now on. I'm going to disconnect preconditioned air in the GPU. Our parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove those. Let's do takeoff performance. Sync the load sheet. It is not dry. It is wet here today. Sync the weather. The altimeter is 2988. Let's set that right now. 2988. Our initial climb clearance. I'm going to just crank in our final cruise since there's nobody else. So flight level 370 and 2988 for the first officer. And 2988 because we have a backup. Up. It's hectopascals only. Let the airplane do the conversion. 1012. I don't believe that. Okay, doors are closed, seatbelts on. Now we're going to get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. And with that, I would like a little more backlighting in the cockpit and one click of floodlighting just in case.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Oh, we've got our cranky pushback truck operator. And the autopilot's pretty much ready to go. So performance, calculate it, and send it to the McDo. Flaps are going to be 1. We are going to rotate 125 knots. Looks good. Let's go to charts now. Go to Pensacola and the ground chart.
Bypass pin inserted.
Hector Pascal, isn't he from the Gorgo movie? I don't know. Probably is. Let's do beacon. Listen in on the radio. There was another airplane, so we got a Delta down there. We're at stand 5. Nobody's over there.
Locking gear.
I think we're good. Almost time to go. Have we lost you yet with too much deep diving crazy with these airplanes? If it's more of a fighter jet kind of an airplane that you're looking at, if you want to do things like that, I could recommend another sim called DCS World. And that's really pretty good too. We're going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, let's come back over to the ground, make sure everything's clear. Everything's clear. Or as they said on the Titanic, we have cleared all moorings. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
And away we go. We're pushing. Yeah, Big J plays. There is one of the pushback truck operators, this one, and you can tell that she just is not happy to be here. Not happy at all. Hi, Sam. Welcome aboard. No weather add-ons. Let's start up engine number 1. SOP for all Airbuses, start engine number 1 or the left side first. Engine number 1 starts. Good startup sounds.
And Pensacola traffic in around November 9020 Mike, we're making an emergency descent for 17 Pensacola.
Well, I'm guessing that a lot of people are being bapped around by the weather today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes set.
Unlocking gear.
Thank you.
There goes engine number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our air.
And you can go outside the airplanes and get right up close to them if you want. You can even walk up to them. You can see our ground crew is already pushing us back. And by the way, if you take a look, that's a normal-sized adult. That's what a normal-sized adult would be, so that gives you an idea. This is this baby bus. This is the A319. But that gives you an idea of how big this airplane is. It's an amazing little airplane. Probably my favorite.
And Pensacola traffic 20 Mike is going around left coast traffic 17. Let's go.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Yeah, technically the baby bus is the A318, but all the A318s are virtually gone now. And since the A318s are virtually gone, you know, a real-world Airbus captain basically told us, Simmers, that we could call the A319 the baby bus now. So we can do that. Looks like we got a good start on engine number 1. Let's turn that down a little bit. Starting engine number 2.
Pensacola traffic 20 Mike left
engine
base.
number 2 starts.
Crossing,
Martel, good night to you. Hope it's been a good week for you so far. Catch you next time. We got Frankfurt Friday. Not sure what we'll fly in or fly out. I don't know what that's going to be. Or which airplane.
Pensacola traffic 20 Mike left down on 17 Pensacola.
And we're getting a good start on engine number 2. N2 is coming up. EGT, exhaust gas temperature is coming up. Looking down here, we'll check the oil pressure of engine 1. Make sure it's not dropping, because if it's dropping, that's a good indicator that you got a big bad oil leak. Flying Rockfin said posture check an hour ago. And Dad Game Time says we probably need our Airbus hat. Okay, 2 good starts on our engines. That's available. Ignition goes back to normal. We're done with the APU. So wait for the packs to pop in. APU bleed, and APU can now go off. Looking down here, let's go to performance. And there's all of our performance data. We need to do our control checks. And you ought to do that. Real pilots do these.
Left base 17 Pensacola.
By the way, that voice that you're hearing is a real person that's flying around here. O-Dreams would like to do Gatwick. Trims up 0.5. So you're saying you'd like to do Gatwick to Frankfurt? Okay, flaps are going to be 1. And by the way, the flaps do actually move on the airplane. And the view, I think, is better on this side. So there's the engine, flaps are 1.
Mike final 17 Pensacola.
There goes our leading edge slats. Okay, that looks really good. And speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max in case we have to do a rejected takeoff. We're ready to go. Parking brakes. Let's do taxi light on. Cabin call. Parking brakes off. And out we go. Pensacola traffic, hi there. Delta 441's and A319 exiting the terminal. We are off to runway 17 via Alpha, Pensacola. And out we go. We ought to start squawking mode Charlie.
Benchmark traffic, 20 Mike, clear of 17, final call with scope.
Hey.
That's go traffic, Delta 508 is taking off from 17, departing to the north. Let's go.
Register traffic Delta 225 taxiing runway 175 Bravo Alpha.
Okay, Shady, do you need flight gear? So, to just get started, Shady, one of the things that you could do is, yes, eventually, if you're going to get into this, there's going to be some flight gear that you're going to want, okay? Thing is to just get started with like a Cessna, all you need is like an Xbox controller, and yes, you can just fly with a keyboard. Now, eventually you're gonna want some controllers, and there's lots of things that you can do, but just for getting started out of the box, if you've got an Xbox controller that you can plug into your computer, you're good. Takeoff config check. And by the way, if you've got other questions, this is one of those live streams where it's okay to ask questions. If I don't know the answer, somebody who's a lot smarter than me will come in and answer for you. You can see somebody's taking off. You can see all the water underneath their airplane. So you got to worry about water. Hey, November 321. So you originally said that you were thinking about loading it into your PC, right, Shady? Even though you've got an Xbox, I really will suggest that what you're going to want is a PC eventually. And you could start by just putting it on your Xbox for a while, but I would plug your controller into your PC and run it as a, on your PC, okay? Hey, Captain Koss, welcome aboard. Yep, there's the information.
Traffic Delta 508 is passing 1,500 via the active final call.
Hi, Keeman, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Okay, Shady, you have a PC. It's a Ryzen. Okay, somebody in chat can chime in about your statistics on that. Lewis Rick says if you want the Thrustmaster joystick, yep, it is. Both of them flying Airbus and Boeing are different. iConquer is back in chat. Welcome on in. You got the Thrustmaster side stick and throttle. I think you'll like that a lot. Blue Rad is working on the old 737-200. Yeah, that's one of the harder airplanes. That's one of the original ones. And Dio is back with us too. Thank you for coming in. Perfect timing. That airplane that you see right there, Shady, is somebody, all these other airplanes are somebody flying on the network here. All right, that looks good. Parking brakes are on. Let's go and have a look at traffic around us here. So here we all are at Pensacola. There's my airplane at the end. There's somebody taking off. What we really care about is to see, is there anybody coming in? Is there anybody coming in to land? Nope, nobody's coming in to land. Lewis, thank you for answering. And if anybody did see Shady's computer, specs. If you want to chime in and say, yeah, that's going to be good enough for Microsoft Flight Simulator, please do. Strobes going on, landing lights, parking brakes off. Pensacola traffic, Delta 441 is going to line up and wait for about a minute and a half on runway 17, Pensacola. Polyot says, Shady, you're going to be fine. And Polyot knows a lot more about those statistics than I ever will. All right, we're going to want a little bit of weather radar. Oh my gosh, look at the weather radar. It's busy. I'm going to turn it off temporarily. Okay, everything else is looking good. It's going to be runway heading off the runway. Runway heading is 169. I'm taking my time because I'm letting the airplane ahead of us get down the runway. And 169. Looking good. That's wind control, Captain. Yeah, that's the wind control. Very, very nice. Okay, you can see this airplane is now 5 miles downrange. We can go. Let's make the map a little bit bigger. And that looks good. How about one more? Great. Landing lights. Cabin call. Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Elapsed timer going on. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It's flying time. ...100 knots. Checked. V1. Rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Dirty wheel wells. And lever climb. Thrust climb. And just center up the flight directors and AP. Pensacola traffic, Delta 441 is clear of runway 17 departing to the south, the east, and then the north. Over to advisory. Happy landings, Pensacola. Advisory. And 090 on the heading. Can't see an awful lot because it's raining cats and dogs here today. 090, there's our turn. Flaps up, speed brakes off. Let's turn the weather radar back on, and holy moly, look at all that red stuff. Oh my God, we're gonna die. Holy cats, that's a bunch of storms. Dude says, well, I don't know. My guess is they actually probably clean them quite a bit. I would guess that they clean them quite a bit. Because, you know, if it's dirty and stuff like that, it's probably not going to be, you know, eventually it's going to start rusting and corroding and everything else, and that's not very good. So my guess is they probably keep them a lot cleaner than that. Oh my gosh, look at that. We're finally coming out of the clouds. Holy moly, look at that. That looks scary. That's really good for southern thunderstorms like this. So all these puffy areas are where you're starting to get the convection for the thunderstorm development. Wow, wow, wow.
Subscriber confirmed.
This is really good looking.
Royalty noted.
Extra Boring Man just became a subscriber. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. And welcome on in. Dude, are you flying a British Airways? No. We're a little Delta jet today. Holy cats. That looks a little scary. Not 36,000 foot. Yeah, 30. Yeah, those are the big bad. Okay, 10,000 feet. Landing lights, nose light, 10,000 foot cabin call. Looking good to go there. Okay, flaps are up, speed brakes are down, landing gear is up, auto brakes are disarmed. Direct to CEW. Flight plan. Nope, direct to CEW and insert. And that's got us over to performance.
New recruits detected.
Scary but
Welcome
fun
aboard,
for sure.
Agent.
Captain Cox, thank you for following the channel. Atlanta, here we come. Flights today, the Allure, so far so good. We did a really great 737 MAX double hop, and we did our double hop from Stanstead out to Dublin and back, and took the Ryanair 30-minute turnaround challenge, and I beat it by 57 seconds. So I'm still in insufferable mode about that.
Royalty noted.
Hey, dude just gifted some subs to the community. Dude, thank you for gifting some subs to the community. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being nice to other people, but I really appreciate you doing that because that's helping me a lot too. Thank you. And welcome on in. IQB is back too. Welcome to you. Passing 14,000 feet. And all is right with the world.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Royalty noted.
Let's see. Theolore gifted 10 subs to the community. Really?
Subscriber confirmed.
You did. Theolore,
Top
thank
clearance
you for
granted,
gifting
Agent.
some subs to the community.
Royalty noted.
That was awful nice. That was 10 of those. Thanks, Theolore. Thank you for the extra support and really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Dude, thank you for saying so. I really enjoy this playing stuff and also really enjoy the incredible communities here on both Twitch and YouTube. But thank you, Theolore. Yeah, you boosted the hype train. Thank you for doing that too. I mean, this is how I can keep it going. I try to keep it as immersive as fun, immersive but fun. Thanks, Theolore. And let's see, dude, thank you to you too. Okay, looking pretty good, almost 18,000 feet. That is transition here in the United States. You can see the altimeter is flashing. So it's not our cue to start flashing anything. We'll just go ahead and pull standard altimeter on both the pilot and the co-pilot's altimeters. IQB, it's going to be a long time. I don't think that they're going to be coming out anytime soon, IQB, the upper panels. Well, that's part of what I got to figure out. Is how to effectively cover it with a camera. I mean, right now I can cover the autopilot just fine, but I've got the McDo and the throttles. You know, I've got the McDo and the throttle view. That's right down here, and I'm not sure how I would cover that. And plus, if I do decide to go and get the upper panel, one of the things that I've got to do is I've got to figure out a way to mount it, because I'm going to mount it in the right place. Hey, Arch NDA is here. Arch, did you get home okay from Expo? I have a question for you. I'm pretty sure you saw the overhead panel. Arch, what do you think that it weighs? Is it 20 pounds? Somebody said 30 pounds. What do you think about that? You did, but you, oh no, you got sick. Was it just from too many adult beverages, or did you get one of the nasty things? Uh-oh, we have icing. We need anti-ice. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2. Okay, so Arch NDA says it is closer to 30 pounds, but not heavy. All right. That's good to know, because I'm still trying to MacGyver together how it is that if I do decide to get it, I would put it up there. It looks really cool. It's really nice eye candy. On the other hand, it's an Airbus panel, so I'm not really following much of the World Cup yum. Mostly just what other people's special, what other people's teams are. Captain Koss. So here's the interesting thing. I hear exactly what you're saying. You want to know, like this heading dial here, how's the quality of it? So when going on a whim and saying I got hit with just being drained, allergies really hard. So it's not like, you know, COVID or something. I hope not. Yeah, just maybe a cold or something and allergies. Okay, Captain Koss. So quality of this. First of all, the thing about the autopilot is its actual size. Okay, so it wasn't COVID. I'm really glad to hear that, Arch. It's the actual size. So that's the actual size of a real Airbus autopilot, just like this, okay? Now then, the stiffness of the Blue Angels is in Santiago, Chile. Hey, Blue Angels, welcome aboard. How heavy duty are these? Can you just crank them around and stuff? No. And when I first got it, I kind of felt like a lot of these dials here were a little bit lightweight. Okay? But then we've had some real-world airline pilots come into chat, and they have the exact same thing sitting on their desk that I have on mine. And they said that this is what an Airbus autopilot dial feels like. Feels like, you know. And so they made it to feel like the real thing. That being said, if you're going to get this, the first thing you do is make a promise to yourself that you're just going to be gentle with it. Arch NDA says Captain Whip says it feels good. You're talking about the upper panel and all? Yeah. And it was Captain Whip, who's a real-world pilot, Airbus pilot, by the way. It is Captain Whip who said that the Airbus panel there feels like the real thing. So you can't just whack it around and stuff in the real world, and we as sim pilots can't whack it around either. You have to be gentle with it. On the other hand, being gentle with these things is probably an okay thing to do. Okay, let's see here. Coming on in. Let's do progress. Our progress is pretty good. And report. So Atlanta is 217 miles to the north. We're going to be landing at 2318 Zulu. So Captain Koss, the overhead panel. One of the first things that I did as soon as Expo was over, I didn't get to go to Expo, but I got to see a lot of the videos from there. And I immediately began thinking, okay, how can I mount the overhead panel up where it's supposed to be in my cockpit, because essentially in my little sim cockpit here, my throttles are right down there, right where they should be. The McDo is. The autopilot is there. The side stick is right there. Those are my controllers. And so if I'm going to spend the money on it, I want to put it up there, you know, up where it belongs. So I first thought, okay, I had this light stand for a big light box that had a boom arm that tilted down 90 degrees and would stick out. And I originally thought, let's use that. Well, then I started hearing that it's not lightweight. It's 15 pounds. It might be 20 pounds. So the next thing that I thought is, okay, as a live streamer, I've got 3 monitors on my desk here. I've got the monitor in front of me, which is my flight sim. Over there is all my charts and stuff. And over on that monitor, it's in portrait mode, and it's the live stream stuff. And it's sitting on a heavy-duty pole, and it's bolted. It's not bolted. It's clamped to the desk, and it's a pretty thick pole. And so what I was thinking is I've got a little clamp that I can clamp in and drop down at like 45 degrees or 90 degrees at the proper angle, and I could then mount it to that clamp. Now it could be that that's not tough enough. Here's the deal. Over on Spy YouTube, I did a video about that. It's not very long, but the little video that I did is sort of like, okay, if I did have it, here's how I would mount it. And I also included a shopping list of the 2 things that you would need. So I think you're going to need 2 of the desk mounts that I have, and 1 of the rotating clamps. That's my plan right now. Now the bottom line is I don't think that they're going to have it available until maybe the holidays or something like that. Probably not. Hi Jay Lance, welcome aboard. So we have plenty of time to think about it and try and figure out what's the best way to mount something that's heavy, that's essentially going to hang over your desk, over your keyboard, and that you're going to be pressing buttons on that you don't want to have fall on your, not really on your head, but we really do want that in the proper place, right? So that we can go and we can go and turn on the lights. Okay, seatbelts are off. We've got anti-ice on. Let's see if we can turn those off. No, can't do that. USMC vet says wind control is going to have a mount for it. Okay, I haven't heard that before, so that's really good to know. That's really good to know. So it could be maybe they're going to make something really good. I don't know. I know that what I don't want is to have it sitting on a desk off to the side, straight up and down. If I get the overhead panel, I want it to be in an overhead position. Big J, yeah. I think the iFly now with the new electronic flight bag, yeah, that's pretty much my go-to 737. Real happy with it. Buckeye, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Yep, voice is frying.
New recruits detected.
Hey Lewis,
Welcome
thanks for your follow.
aboard.
Nightwolf, welcome
Station.
aboard. Nightwolf says that the Rosefire mounts is a VSV monitor mount that you could use with a desk clamp monitor. USMC vet. Okay, so you heard somebody on YouTube say that? Okay, that's cool to know. I've got to wait and see. I didn't have very much luck with wind control when I tried to buy the throttles and everything else. So 20 by 40 extrusions and mounted to the wall. That's another thing. So the thing is though, is I'm a good meter, 2 meters from the wall. on the other side of Stormy there so that it's easy for me to get behind the desk to clean it and plug in stuff and everything else. All right, so we're out of Pensacola. Oh no, Polyod's old work phone has been hacked and your IT people are freaking out. I would imagine so. Atlanta approach 133475. Okay. 133475. Okay, that's good. Let's get the ATIS from Atlanta. Atlanta arrival ATIS. Information India. Winds right now are 180 at 4. 27 left and 26 right. So our runways are still good. Okay. Pretty much what we would expect. Polyod says there's nothing interesting on the phone, so they can rock and roll. FYI, your YouTube stream VODs with the iFly Max update. The boarding music triggered a copyright review. Oh, really? On your stream? Oh, it did? Man, I haven't been notified yet. It's the YouTube. I haven't been notified of a YouTube problem or a Twitch problem. We got to do destination data. Uh-oh, top of descent. Whoops. Panic, panic, panic. Hobbit 3. It's 12,000 at Ensel. Okay, 12,000 at Ensel. And yeah, I know you want some drag on there. Destination data. And for Atlanta, the altimeter is 2992. The temperature in Atlanta is 23 degrees. The winds in Atlanta are 180 at 4. Flight level 180 on transition. Config 3, it's a baby bus, so we need to do landing flaps 3. Minimums for the runway we're expecting is going to be 1,200 feet. Back to performance. And our descent's pretty good. And we have been beeped by Now Atlanta Center 132975.
Ten, 11 o'clock at 10 miles. It's 5 miles in diameter.
So far my radar seems to be okay.
Yeah.
Delta 820.
Atlanta Center, hi there. Delta 441 overhead Condor descending on the Hobbit 3 arrival.
Hello, Mr. Spy out of 441 Atlanta Center at our contact send via Hobbit 3 arrival and altimeter 2996.
2996 on the altimeter, descending now on the Hobbit 3 arrival for Delta 441. Hello to you.
Atlanta Center, Delta 1983, we're currently over New flight level 340.
Holy moly, and I missed a bunch of chat. I apologize. We all of a sudden got really, really busy.
Delta. One more time.
Okay, so FYI, on
Delta
YouTube
1983.
stream VODs with the iFly Max 8. Boarding music on the Max 8?
And an IQ-3 Atlanta Center at our contact, descent of Boston discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Night Wolf, was it you? Oh, I did. Yes, I didn't get a strike, but it triggered revenue. Oh, this is yours. This is your.
508
okay.
Atlanta Center, descent via the Hobbit 3 arrival.
So Night Wolf, I've tried to turn almost all of that off. The only music that I play right now is off of my Epidemic tracks. That seems to be the only thing that's safe. But it is a gigantic pain in the butt.
Jet 306 Atlanta Center across Suite T at and maintain.
Will I be getting the tiller? IQB, I like the idea of the tiller and the radio. Yep. I mean, everything that wind control is making. Eventually, I'd like to get that. I think I'm waiting for the moment for the economy to not be so crazy and all of that. Kind of think it's important to be saving a little bit of money at the moment just in case it gets crazier. You know? My tech review, you can track your flight, do your sim brief, is using it. Oh, really? Tim Dog is trying it too. Oh, I can't wait to hear what Tim Dog's doing. Night Wolf has been using it for months now. Really? So you wrote your own, what is it? I'm going to do seatbelts now. Lots of stormy weather here.
350 United 555.
Atlanta Center, American 162 Heavies with you. 050, contact approach 133.47.
But pretty much whenever an airplane pops out, if they've got boarding music or anything like that, I try to turn those off right now. Sim Tech Tracker. I'm going to look for that after the stream, okay, my tech review? Got a little speed breakout right now.
The citation 68 kilo. 68 kilo, Atlanta Center, welcome. At 820, contact approach 133.47.
13347 is next for us.
Jet 306, contact Atlanta approach 133.47.
3347, that's Jet 306.
Delta Ops, we were 5 minutes late getting out of
the Lily FedEx checking in? Alright, you're calling for clearance, what's the call from? Runway 3541, Atlanta Center, clear to the main.
Not much to see outside today.
Expect flight level 340, 1 minutes after departure. Departure with speed, squawk 3385 seconds.
Probably going to need a little more speed break out there. A little bit fast.
And for correction, envoy 3541, reback correct, initial altitude 10,000. Envoy 3541, reback correct.
First flight tomorrow is Frankfurt Friday. We could fly into Frankfurt. We could fly out of Frankfurt. I think there was one suggestion about a Gatwick departure. I'm modding Unlimited. Beer cheers. Welcome. Thanks for coming in today. We haven't done a Lufty Cargo MD-11 flight out of Frankfurt in a while. We could take that up to. We could take that up to East Midlands, which is the big cargo terminal in the UK. We could go down to Stuttgart. That's a long one. We could do an A321 from Gatwick. Although I like the baby bus better. It's a sports car. Somebody said that in chat today. It's a sports car.
American 1990, establishing 300
Okay, I think we're done with speed brakes. Auto brakes.
American 1990,
Media.
You'll be leaving my airspace shortly. You can change the advisory.
Speed brakes are armed. I think we're good to go. Super stormy. Well, the clouds are pretty
Delta
amazing.
441, contact cloud approach 133.47. Good day.
13347, thanks so much. Have a good weekend. Delta 441. 13347. Yeah, I generally fly the smaller Airbus rather than the larger one. The larger one takes forever to climb to altitude.
Endeavor 5 and 55, clear direct rain at set and maintain 12000. Rain 12000, our bid about
Land approach, hi there, Delta 441, overhead schmag with information India.
Delta 441, Atlanta approach, expected 27 left.
Expecting 27 left for Delta 441, thanks. Yay, we picked the right runway.
Atlanta departure, good evening, Southwest 3932, information, Victor, IFR to cancel.
Biggest reason, the A321 is just as good as this airplane. It's just bigger. It's a little more underpowered in a way. It just, it takes forever to climb to altitude. And not quite as sporty as our little A319 here. If James Bond needs to steal a jetliner, James Bond needs something a little more sporty. So,
306, fly heading at 0 and 9 or 0.
I'm not saying it's the Aston Martin of jetliners, but it's pretty good.
7009 heading, subject 306.
Oh, altimeters. 2992.
Delta 508, set and maintain 3000.
2992.
Delta 508.
Delta 50 Heavy will be ready at 10.
Delta 50 Heavy, RNAV to
Holy moly, look at that wall of clouds that we're flying into.
RNAV MPAS 26 left.
That's right. 007 would rather have a fighter jet or a biz jet.
Yankee 26 left, taxi at Alpha Bravo, cross runway 26 right on at the approach end.
Thanks, my tech review. I'll look for that in a bit.
Atlanta approach, Delta 2595, short of Lima 4.
That's
ready
right.
For taxi.
If you don't have any anything, then this is the best one. Jim likes the challenge of the A321. Well, the other thing about the A321 that you've got to watch out for is you have to watch out for tail strikes.
3000 Delta 20. Southwest 3932, ready for taxi.
Southwest 3932, runway 27, correction 26 left, taxi to Fox.
Man, we're not getting an awful lot of good views today.
Southwest 2939.
Very stormy day here in the Atlanta area.
Endeavor 5555, set and maintain 77. Endeavor 5555.
We probably...
1 golf, 3 miles from Bamboo, maintain 4000 till established Beard Island, Disney's Red Bridge.
See if there's a VATSIM event tomorrow into Frankfurt Friday. That might be nice. There is Mexico Friday Night Ops. There's a Paris Cargo After Hours event.
Atlanta approach American 152 Heavy is with you 15 miles southwest smog on the Hobbit 3 arrival.
So Charles de Gaulle has a cargo event.
Expect 27 left. I plan for the ILS.
So we could either fly out of Paris into Frankfurt or Frankfurt to Paris and do cargo.
Delta 820, is there any precipitation or concern?
Not currently, Delta 820.
Delta 441, area of heavy to extreme precipitation at your 1 to 5 o'clock. Should be no factor to you.
Delta 441 does have that on our radar, and yep, no factor for us, thanks.
Delta 50, radar contact, maintain 4000.
Bond would steal a one-person spy plane.
2800.
Well, sadly, the BD-5J, I don't think goes up to 100,000 feet. I like the shorter hops too, O Dreams. we can do like 3 hops a day.
Bearing 4 Kilo Yankee traffic.
We can do
on
3
7
hops a
off
day,
5
you know, with the shorter runs like this. And, you know, not end up getting burned. I also think that the long hauls have a real burnout factor. They're just really freaking long. Okay, 12,000 feet, 250 knots. An A340 freighter. I don't know. I do know that the A340's been updated, but I think it's only in a passenger configuration.
Delta 508, turn left heading 360.
That's heading 360.
Okay, taking control of my own speed now. Activate approach. Approach speeds are set up for when I need it.
Delta 50 Heavy, contact Atlanta Center, 132.97
132.97.
Well, oh dreams, about the only time that I could do cross the pond is if it's a cross the pond event. If it's a cross the pond event where there's ATC all the way and it's a party, yeah, I can handle that.
Turn right heading
we did a couple of cross the pond flights in the Concorde over on X-Plane, but that's, you know, still like 3.5 hours for one flight, and they just get really, really fatiguing and tiresome.
Jet 306, descend maintain 3000.
3000, that's Jet 306.
Hey, Captain Chris. Welcome on in. Happy Thursday. Everything else is pretty nicely set.
Line approach, Delta 19.
Can't even see the airplane for all the clouds and rain.
Flight level 190 and 700 feet, and we have information India.
Delta 1983, Atlanta approach, expect 263.
I left 263, right? Correction, Delta 1983.
Jet 306 reach. Delta 508, vector through level 5, turn left heading 250, and set localizer 27.
That's 250, just hit the localizer 27, Delta 508.
I've got the sounds turned on. Oh, apparently I'm out of sheep
Delta
for it.
210, heavy radar contact on maintain 14000.
Apparently I'm out of sheep for geese, so.
Maintain 14000, we're passing 2004.
There's Eagle.
Delta 508, I think that left turn to 180 heading momentarily.
We have Birmingham Tower. Not a lot here.
Delta 441 to maintain 3000.
There's sounds.
Delta 441 to maintain 3000.
3,000 now for Delta 441.
Bearing 4 Kilo Yankee radar contact. Maintain 6,000 altitude.
6,000, passing 3,000.
I was wanting to do another flight, but I think my voice is about ready to fry, Captain Chris. So I don't want to give up on the weekend, so I probably should wrap it up after this.
Maintain 3,000 average clear dial 27 left approach.
3,000 established, clear for the island 27, that's 508.
Delta 2595, RNAV to football, we're in 27 right clear for takeoff.
RNAV to football, 27 right clear for takeoff, Delta 2595.
Jet 306, reduce speed to 210.
210 speed for Jet 306.
Atlanta departure Delta 325, IFR to National.
I'm going to look below here.
Delta 325, check
Delta 210, can you say that?
Going to need some speed brakes here.
Delta 820, continue left.
We're a little high. It is definitely pea soup out there today.
300, Delta 20. Delta 210, climb maintain 14000.
14000, thank you, Delta.
Delta 508, runway 27 left, great lane.
Looks like most of the thunderstorms have moved south. Michael, we're probably going to raid somebody a little bit earlier on Twitch. As you can tell, my voice is starting to go a little bit earlier, and if I do another one, it's just going to make it a lot harder in the middle of the weekend to keep it going. So we'll do a raid on Twitch, call it a day here, and then jump into Frankfurt. It looks like there's a cargo event between Frankfurt and Paris de Gaulle. So we'll probably depart out of Frankfurt, go to Paris. Maybe try and take the MD-11 on a double hop.
7,000, American 152.
And then there's Friday Night Ops is in Mexico.
4 Kilo, Yankee, turn to the left heading 270.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Look who's here, it's JSG Droid. It is very stormy. Hi JSG Droid. Been here for 45 months, 45 months. And that was a tier 3. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Yep, I know speed brakes are still out, but you need to descend fast, airplane. Thanks, JSG Droid. Hope you had a good week so far. Frankfurt Friday, a cargo event between Frankfurt and Paris tomorrow.
Delta 2595, passing 2,000 up to 14,000.
Delta 210 Heavy, contact on center 13297.
Over to center 132.
And speed down to 210. Start reducing our rate of descent. Oh, look at that. We can see the ground.
Sorry.
Right, 270.
Hey, we can see the ground finally.
Baron 4 Kilo, Yankee, maintain 8,000.
8,000, Baron 4 Kilo.
Air Canada 694, Bravo Charlie.
Wow, we get to see some ground after all.
Endeavour 555, you're 3 miles from Haines, maintain 4,000, so establish cleared island to return approach. 4,000, so self-script island to return approach, Endeavour 5585. Delta 441, turn left, 340.
Left turn now, 340 for Delta 441.
Delta 820, you're 5 miles from Grimby, maintain 4,000 till established.
AZ says there's thunderstorms.
1,000 till established, cleared island, 27 left approach, Delta 820.
Delta 152 Heavy, stop your descent at 8,000.
And turn on the LS system. I got a localizer and glide slope coming on in.
Delta 25 and 95, stop your climb at 6,000. Thank you.
Stop climb at 6,000, Delta 2595.
AZ has clean windows.
Delta 441, turn back heading 2.
Oh, you said, I thought you said it was Sunday, and I said, wait a minute, it's not Sunday. JSG Droid said it is Sunday. Thanks for the resub, JSG Droid, and all of your support.
240 to intercept the local line.
240 intercept the local line.
Super duper supportive, thank you.
Delta 441, left heading 300, intercept the localizer 27 left.
Left turn 300, intercept that localizer 27 left for Delta 441.
American 152 Heavy, descend and maintain 3,000.
Maintain 3,000, American 152 Heavy.
Delta 2595, climb maintain 14,000.
There's the approach. I don't see it.
Delta 2595.
Southwest 39.
I see alligators and stuff out there, but no runway.
14,000, passing 5,800, Southwest 3932.
Jet 3065 miles from Shan, maintain 3,000.
How about flaps 1? And we're done with speed brakes. Let's rearm them for landing.
3,000 till established, clear for islands 21 left approach, Jet 306.
Endeavour 5555, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Controller turned us right out on the heading.
Delta 820.
Right out on it. I mean, look at that. We're just finishing the turn, and here comes the localizer.
Delta 441, 5 miles from 50, maintain 4,000 till, or 3,000 till established, cleared island 26 left approach.
Maintain 3,000 till established, cleared for the ILS runway 27 left for Delta 441. Okay.
Delta 508.
Switch over to the approach. Got the approach on there. Bring in the map a final click. Flight attendants, seats for landing. See if we're done with anti-ice. Seat belts are
Delta 23.
Oh, gotta turn them on.
Charlie 27 right. Southwest 3932, contact center 13297, good day.
All right, looking pretty good there.
3932, thanks for the service. See ya.
Delta 1983, descend and maintain.
All right, we're going to be on 27 left. We're going to try and get November 4
Delta 2595,
and take whatever place we can park.
Switching to center 132.907, good night, Delta 2595.
Parent for Kilo Yankee, contact center 13297, good night.
180.
Delta 441, slow to 180 knots until depot.
180 knots till depot for Delta 441.
Delta 306, contact Peachtree Tower 120.9, good day.
Peachtree Tower 1209, we'll see. That's at 306.
Flaps R2. I don't see anything out the window. Got an airplane pretty close here. I think we're a little close.
Camber 56.
We may be getting set up for a go-around.
Thank you much.
Sorry, I got caught up. Server 5555, you deviating right, of course.
Yeah, just slightly real quick to the now for 55 at top.
We are really close to that other airplane. So runway heading, slight turn to the left. There's depot. I'm gonna start slowing it down now. Flaps are 3, gear down 3 green. Nope, no gear down yet. There come the wheels. Gotta get wheels. I don't see the runway at all. Okay, we're exiting right.
No killing, you're good job.
Don't see anything. Raining cats and dogs. And a big zap of lightning right in the middle of that. Always get a charge out of some lightning. We have very good instruments. Passengers can't even see the ground. We got a 29 knot crosswind. Holy cats. Really?
1,000.
Wow, wow, wow. I have the ground. I do not have cleared to land.
So for 1983, you're descending pretty slowly. Everything okay?
Yeah, we're just a bit fast. We're gonna slow down so we can get, so we can get down faster, taking up less room in airspace.
You're fine, there's nobody out there.
Hour 240, just on top of 210.
American 152, heavy, turn left heading 350.
Left turn heading 350, American 152 heavy.
500.
Server 55, vacated. Server 55, 55, where do you want to park?
Delta Ramsey for Delta 10 for Delta 10
Server 55, 55, cross 26 left on Bravo 6.
I got the lights.
Cross 6 left on Bravo 6 for Delta 55, also we just had a large wind shift there, about a minute mile now. Went to a 25 knot crosswind to 6 knot crosswind.
Alright, roger, thanks. American 152 heavy, did you get that?
American 152 heavy, I'll copy, thanks.
20, retard.
Delta 820, no delay, cross 27, right on hotel, correction on Papa, join Lima to the ring.
27 right, no delay, Lima to the rim, Delta 8.
Delta 468, there, 27 right line of way, traffic crossing downfield.
7 right line of way, that's
Delta 1983, turn right heading 250 and assess the local flight 26 right.
Right 250 to local American or Delta 1983.
American 152 heavy, turn left heading 300 and assess the local flight 27 left.
Left turn heading 330, localizer 27 left, American 152 heavy.
Delta 468 RNAV to football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff. Football, right, Delta 441, hold short of 27 right on Tango.
Hold short of 27 right on Tango for Delta 441.
American 152, 5 miles from depot, maintain 3,000 till established, cleared island 27 left approach.
3,000 cleared island 27 left approach, American 152 heavy.
Honestly,
Delta
I don't think so.
You're 5 miles from Haines.
I don't think so.
5,000 till established, cleared island 26 right approach.
I'm 5,000 till established.
See, well, wait a minute.
Or 4,000 till established.
My taxi lights are on.
Delta 23.
If I was, I don't remember. My taxi lights are on. And I don't turn on my taxi lights until I'm cleared to land. But I don't remember being told I was cleared to land. So I don't think so. But
Delta 2380, traffic will be crossing downfield.
no, we're going to keep it quiet. We don't want a special phone number to call.
Delta 441, cross runway 27 right at November 5, join Lima to ramp.
Go ahead and cross 27 right, November 5, then Lima to the ramp for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend. Delta 1983, your number run for 26 right. 26
I
right,
think
clear.
he would. Okay, that was a very friendly exchange. I think. I've got to think he would have said something to me.
Delta 1381,
and plus, like I said, Wolfie had a minus 155. Mine was not. Mine was a heavy landing.
Delta 1381, passing Chewy, fly heading 330, descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, passing Chewy. Can you repeat that heading for me?
330 heading.
330, once past Chewy for 1381.
Delta 2380, RNAV to football, runway 27 right, clear for takeoff. RNAV football, clear for takeoff on 27 right, Delta 23.
Green, you used the entire runway. Your brakes didn't cooperate.
I'm 4,000, 3,100.
He hasn't said anything, and I look back. I didn't hear it cleared. I only heard you say you haven't been cleared, and I still landed. So, I may have said I'm not cleared. Somehow, I got my landing lights on, so I may have broken my own rule about landing lights. Oh, I've noticed scenery hesitations. I wonder if that's scenery or if that's weather. So, I'm not sure. It was stormy. We were really, really close to that other one. Big J is doing Kennedy to Columbus today. And you're fighting an 85 knot headwind. Yeah, there's going to be some strong winds out there. So my guess is probably technically we weren't, Franco. Hey, dude. These food trucks. Dude, just plowed right into me.
2380, radar contact.
Probably upset because we weren't cleared to land. I know, crazy drivers out there, not a care in the world. Maybe they broke into the alcohol cart. Raining kitty cats and dogs here. I have no idea what gate this is. So we don't have a care in the world either. Do we even have an idea of what this is?
The 460, you're clear direct, Phil.
Nope. I don't see a gate number at all. Says we're, oh, look at that. We got some guidance coming in here.
Archer Camber 56 on the north side with Whiskey Ray taxi 26 left. Camber 56 or 26 back.
Come on, airplane.
Bravo, hold short of 26 right at the approach. Alpha Bravo will hold short 26 at the approach. I'm Camber 56.
Approach out of 468. I got it spelling on still.
Parking brakes.
Never mind, you cleared right.
All right. APU is ready.
Thanks, direct track.
Let's do engines. Let's see. Horizon Vector. How's it going today? Airbus factory. What's happening? You're at the Airbus factory today. Did you get to go on a tour? Or do you have a new job at the Airbus factory? Let's see. We're done with this. So transponder is off. Reset the trim. Let's go and turn off fuel tanks, fuel pumps. And we're also going to turn off ADIRs 3, 2, and 1. And cruise supply. That should be good, so we can do beacon and seatbelts. And the airplane should be deboarding us automatically. Okay, let's see. Horizon Vector did a max flight. Wolfie has not flown nearly enough. That was a fun little flight. It was also a busy little flight too. And like I said, I think I said I'm not cleared to land. And then I probably just reached up, and even though I didn't, I turned on my taxi lights, which is my cleared to land. I think I shouldn't have done that. So that's what happened there. But again, ATC didn't say anything, so we're not too bad off. Airbus flies a lot of Delta flies a lot of Airbuses, don't they? So we were chatting earlier. We're also planning a special beer run to Mustique Island. It's got its own little airport. We'll probably do that one on Sunday. And there's a freeware airport over at flightsim.to. But yeah, they do have their own little airport that we can go to. And then tomorrow, we'll probably depart out of Frankfurt, go to Paris. And if ATC stays online, we'll stay in the MD-11 and do continuing service to someplace, maybe back to Leipzig or, you know, one of the other big cargo terminals in Germany. We could also do Paris down to Munich, which is a pretty big cargo terminal too. So we've got those plans for tomorrow, and I hope those work out pretty good. So because my old work phone, nothing sensitive, I'm now being forced to change my actual work phone and having my MacBook replaced. You know, yeah, it sounds a little extreme. On the other hand, your day job is a little more serious. So I can kind of understand why they're saying that, you know, those sorts of things are necessary. You know, not very cool, you know, real, you know, a big pain in the butt for you, but I can understand why. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. My voice is already starting to fry, as it just seems to be doing full time now. So I'm going to cut it off here and send you to someplace on Twitch. And on YouTube, we'll call it Color Bars and see you tomorrow. If you didn't get a chance, I do have a cute little YouTube video over on YouTube about my possible MacGyver idea for doing a mount for the Airbus upper panel. If you get a chance to check that out over just on the YouTube channel, tell me what you think. See if you think that's going to be strong enough. Like I said, I think the first solution, you know, a light stand that sits on the floor, I think that's going to be too flimsy. But the second idea that I have in that video, that might be the ticket for us. And you can take a look at the actual products that I'm talking about using, because I have links to them online if you want to go and purchase those. So, or at least look at them and decide. So it'd be interesting to see what you think about those sorts of things. And I think, again, that'll probably do it. Also, in the words of our USIT office, never have an Android. I've never had one. I've always just had an iPhone, so I know nothing about that. Hey, Wolfie, thanks for coming in today. Boy, there was some incredibly nice support today. Some real generous gift subs today. Thank you for really amazing support and awesome jet fuel of the flight plan. I can't wait to see you. Our departure time tomorrow is the normal time. I'll go and drink some hot tea with lemon and be all ready to go for tomorrow. So I cannot wait to see you then. If you're on YouTube, it's going to go to color bars and go off. So thank you for being with me over on YouTube as I get that channel growing a little bit more. But also a big thank you if you're on Twitch. We're going to go see Sim Caesar and say hi. So I can't wait to see you. Our departure time is, as always, the normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly Sim skies tomorrow. Cheers.